Andy, Andy, come in, talk to me. Hello, you hearing? Okay. Shame. Okay. Try and change the 4-pin unit a second. Yeah, my end, yeah. Sit tight. Hello, hello. That's main. Just checking my cables. Anything on talk back there? That's yeah. Just checking you're still getting this live comms, mic 2. Andy, you there? Hello, yeah. Just checking you're still getting this. That's good.
Is this for rehearsal? Yeah, it's just to check the levels. Which one do we want as Rob? Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, because he can be like you're playing for this. You broken it? Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Oh, Jesus Christ, James. Sound distant. Ah. Right. I've killed one of the mics. Mic 1. Mic 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. Yeah, mic 1, mic 1. Mic 1, mic 1. James is there. Just walk past the camera.
Andy, are you there?
Yeah, he needs some headphones. I'll bring mine down in a bit for you to listen to. Yeah, is that a good level for this one though? If Rob's talking like this, 1 2 1 2 1 2, and then can you
Andy,
lower input 1 and bring up input 2?
Andy seem to.
So you see yeah. Yeah, we'll relabel them. Yeah. So basically they mirror up. So the one on your left is this one.
Yeah, so lower it a little bit.
No, all the way.
All the way, yeah.
Yeah, all the way off, and then this
All the
one.
way off?
All the way off. So Nick, are you hearing the second mic? Quietly, yeah. Bring it.
Talk or just max it
But not all the way. Just like say like 3/4 just for now.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, say again. Okay. Oh yeah. That's just the SRT. That's fine. Yeah. No, thank you. Yeah, that. Oh yeah. Which is good because that SRT is the return feed from media. Stream AMG. So hello to everyone in the room. Okay. Kill. Yeah. Kill.
Simon, are you listening? Right, sorry, mate. I thought you were busy with Phil, so trying to get Andy to do it. So this is Rob's mic live. That's fine. Did you hear me on talkback then? Okay, fine. I'm going to have another tinker. Yeah, talkback which you didn't hear. Let me just check one thing. Ken's mic 2. Yep, fine. So there's nothing wrong with the way it's transmitted. I'm not sure. I'll get back to you. Actually, stay there. Let me just test one more thing. Don't worry, Si, I'm coming back. You can sit tight.
Hello, after 8 absorbing days of action at the Betfred World Snooker Championship qualifiers, at last only 32 players remain. And whether they're former champions, finalists, first timers or amateurs, the right to finish their season at the Crucible means absolutely everything to all of them. So far we've had deciding frame re-racks, amazing comebacks and even a 147. But now we have reached the point of no return. Everything that's already happened counts for nothing. The only thing that matters is one more win to add their names to Thursday's draw for the big one. For the next 2 days, the English Institute of Sport becomes snooker's arena of dreams. So welcome to Judgment Day Part 1 in Sheffield.
It's not as loud as what we'd want, but I have got some I've got some preamps here. I don't know if that would help. Yeah, I don't know either. Yeah, no, I get what you mean. Well, the main thing is that we can talk to them. Ad, I can hear you again now. Do you need me still here? No, I'm on main. I'll try to talk back again. Hello, mate. Yeah, I think so. You can talk to them, which is the main thing. Yeah. Okay. Cheers, mate. Okay. Cheers. Bye.
Hello, after 8 absorbing days of action at the Betfred World Snooker Championship Qualifiers, at last only 32 players remain. And whether they're former champions, finalists, first-timers or amateurs, the right to finish their season at the Crucible means absolutely everything to all of them. So far we've had deciding frame re-racks, amazing comebacks and even a 147. But now we have reached the point of no return. Everything that's already happened counts for nothing. The only thing that matters is one more win to add their names to Thursday's draw for the big one. For the next 2 days, the English Institute of Sport becomes snooker's arena of dreams. So welcome to Judgment Day Part 1 in Sheffield. Great images on a great 2 days, and Ken Doherty and I are delighted to be here, along with the famous Silver Lady, which Ken gave a kiss to on the very last day of the championships 25 years ago. It's not the last time we'll hear about that anniversary.
No, definitely
Ken,
not.
I can't believe we have got to the climax of the season, and we have got to the climax of qualifying. Unlucky for not making it through against Rory McLeod, but your loss as a player is our gain because we've got your company for 2 days. There's something very, very special about Judgment Day, isn't there?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's, you know, everybody wants to be at the Crucible, you know, when it starts on Saturday, and they want to be in that draw, of course, on Thursday. It's a big match for them all. There's so much pressure on this match, and it's probably one of the most sort of pressurised matches that you could play as a professional. Because everybody's dreamed to play. Some of the lads that are in the qualifiers, they've already played there, they've experienced it, but they'll be as desperate to get back as if it was their first time as well. So it makes the next 2 days very, very special for all those guys competing.
And that is the magic, isn't it? Because we've got Graham Dott still in it, and he's lifted the title. And what about that 147? You've got the likes of David Lilly, the amateur. He's never been this close. It does mean the same to all of them. Stephen Mcguire's trying to get back there for a 19th consecutive time. It doesn't matter how many times you guys have played there. When you come through this cauldron at the English Institute of Sport, to have your name in Thursday's draw, 11 o'clock, by the way, live, it'll be on Betfred. We'll be at their studios in Salford. When you come through these matches and your name is in that draw, I imagine there is no better feeling in the world.
No, not at all. And the excitement of actually, you know, coming out those curtains, down the steps, onto the Crucible floor. And it's something like, you know, a lot of these players that haven't been there would have dreamed of when they first picked up a cue of playing at the Crucible in the World Championship. So it means so much. And as I said, for a lot of the players who have played there, Graham Dott, Stephen Mcguire, just to get back there and be a part of it, you know, it's very, very special. The Crucible is like no other venue that we ever play in. The atmosphere and the electricity and, of course, the nerves as well. And because they're all playing for this wonderful cup.
And although on paper we've got some clear favourites for these matches today, you can't take anything for granted. What about, for instance, Ashley Hugo coming back from 4-1 down against Martin Gould? And whoever would have thought that Ricky Walden, one of the great performers this season, would not make it through to Judgment Day, and he could still finish this season creeping up into the top 16. It's nuts.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, well, that's what the qualifiers can do. You know, it's a tough place to play. As I said, they're playing for a very, very special place, and that adds a lot of pressure as well. But some of the guys, there's been some great stories this week already, some that you've mentioned, and I'm sure over the next couple of days we're going to have some really nail-biting, cracking matches that could go. A lot of them could go all the way.
How much of today is about mastering nerves?
I think the most important thing is, from my experience of playing in this, is not actually thinking about the World Championship or the Crucible or anything. Just try and focus on what's in front of you, because sometimes you can get carried away of actually, you know, that you wanted too much, and that can take a little bit away from your game and your focus and your concentration. So just concentrate. It's just another match. Go out there and play what's in front of you, and try not to think about the bigger picture. It's very, very hard to do that, but if you can do it, that puts you in a good place.
Great advice from a man who has gone all the way. we've got coming up. We will be here until 3:30 if the action this afternoon is still going. Matt Selt against Tepchire Unnu, both bidding for a 4th appearance at the Crucible. Tepchire needed a couple of wins just to secure his place on tour. Michael White against Jordan Brown. Michael White on paper is an amateur, but we all know he's better than that. A ranking event winner. Jordan Brown won the Welsh Open last year in magnificent style. They'll be on table 2. Ding Junhui against David Lilley. David Lilley has never been this close. And remember the last time Ding Junhui came through qualifying, he made it all the way to the final. That was in 2016. One of Ken's picks for a match that could go all the way, Joe Yulong against Stephen Mcguire. Stephen bidding for a 19th consecutive Crucible appearance. Tom Ford and Jamie Jones, both bidding for a 5th appearance at the Crucible. That is a truly mouth-watering match. Joe O'Connor and Ashley Hugo, both of them bidding to become debutantes, and we know what a reception the crowd give the first-timers when they make it through to the Crucible. So one of them will be walking down those famous stairs and that famous carpet for the first time. Scott Donaldson is up against Alan Taylor. Scott has been to the Crucible before. He won the Championship League a couple of years ago and played in the Champion of Champions on ITV. Alan Taylor has never been this close. And Dominic Dale bidding to get back to the Crucible for the first time in 8 years. It would be his 10th appearance in total. But he's got to beat Liu Heo Chan. A quick lineup of tomorrow's Judgment Day action. Dave Gilbert against Anthony Hamilton. Remember, Anthony Hamilton qualified a couple of years ago and then opted not to take up his place because of COVID fears. He's up against Dave Gilbert. Jimmy Robertson's had a good season. Major semi-finalist this season, up against Chris Wakelin. Nopon Siankem against Rob Milkins. Rob Milkins won the Gibraltar event in fine style. Liam Highfield won that final frame re-rack against James Cahill. He takes on Yan Shi Yan. Ali Carter and Matthew Stevens, they've both been around a while. Jackson Page beat Joe Perry yesterday. He takes on David Amazing Grace. Graham Dott, after that 147, guaranteed £10,000 as long as nobody else produces a 147 either today and tomorrow. He's taking on Jamie Clark, who let out a huge roar when he came through his previous round match. And Lee Pei Fan up against Hossein Fafai, who says he will give his last drop of blood to make it through to the Crucible. So, the stage is set. The English Institute of Sport, the Octo Split, is where we'll be focusing our attention for the next 3 or 4 hours. We cannot wait for the drama to unfold. The action started around about 4 minutes or so ago. So sit back, relax. We will bounce around from table to table. And it is up to the 1997 champion of the world, Ken Doherty, to decide which of the tables we focus on first. I'll be in to join you shortly, Ken.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Yeah, looking forward to this. And yeah, we're off and underway. And just having a quick look at table 1, of course, Matt Selt against Tepchire Unnu. And Tepchire, of course, the fastest player on the circuit. And in his 7 previous meetings against Matt Selt, he has never actually beaten him. That's quite an incredible record. So it bodes well for Matt Selt, but I love watching Tepchire play, I must say. Very, very exciting player to watch. And very dangerous when he gets on a run. But that should be an interesting one. Ding Junhui, of course, is in action as well. He's playing David Lilley, and Ding Junhui has had to qualify falling outside the top 16. So that's going to be quite an interesting one against the World Seniors champion, David Lilley, and still an amateur. So a big match for David Lilley there as well. And of course, the other cracking match that we have to have a look at as well is, of course, Stephen Mcguire, who, as you said, Rob, 19 consecutive years he's trying to play at the Crucible, and he's up against another tough opponent, Joe Yulong from China, who has been doing really, really well over the last few seasons and climbing up the rankings. So there's a few cracking matches there that we can concentrate on. But let's have a quick look at Ding Junhui. He's on table 3, and he's in amongst the balls already, and he's on a break of 27.
Ding looking to settle nice and quickly.
And if I'm correct in saying, I think the last time that he had to qualify, Rob, he ended up going all the way to the final. Ding Junhui lost to Max Selby, wasn't it, in that final?
He certainly did. Yeah, it seemed to give him a little bit of a wake-up call, because there's quite often a discussion at the Crucible, isn't there? Especially when we edge from the second round into the quarterfinals. People talk about, is there a fatigue factor as far as the qualifiers are concerned, because they've been in action for so long already before getting to that stage. But most people seem to think, no, if you're in a World Championship quarterfinal, you'll find the energy and you'll allow yourself to be tired as and when you're knocked out of the tournament. It certainly didn't do Ding any harm at all in 2016.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, when you've had those couple of wins under your belt, it can give you a bit of confidence. You know, Ding Junhui, I think over the last little while, he's sort of been lacking a bit of confidence. And of course, he spent quite a bit of time in China during the COVID. He missed a good bit of the first season during COVID. So, yeah, his confidence has been sort of knocked a little bit. And of course, his ranking has plummeted from where he once was. But it only takes a few wins. I know he's been practicing very, very hard at his academy since he's come back. And he's looking a lot sharper over these last couple of months, I must say.
Yes, certainly when you look at what he's done since Christmas. Group final of the Championship League in January. Semi-finalist in Turkey, beating Rob Milkins and Kyron Wilson. Came back from behind against the Milkman. And then losing out to Matt Selton. Then quarterfinals of Gibraltar. So there have been signs that Ding is just beginning to click again.
Yeah, and this is what he does best. Look, right in amongst the balls off the first chance. And his cue ball control is exceptional when he's on form. He has the reds perfect here, already on a break of 59. So this frame should be in the bag, and he might even go on and make a century in the first frame. That would be a good start. But yeah, he's such a great scorer. Wonderful control of the cue ball, and you know, I tell you what, if he does qualify and gets through this match against David Lilley, there's a lot of the top 16 players won't want Ding Junhui in the draw, I can assure you that. You know, this is what you'd want, you know, as a player coming into a match like this. Okay, it's best of 19, you know, we've gone from the best of 11s. It's a real true test, of course, over 2 sessions, but you know, nothing better than getting off to a good start, a feel of the table, and a big break to win, rather than a sort of fractious, sort of first nervy frame. This is what you would have wanted from the beginning. A good start this from Ding Junhui. He had to beat his good friend, didn't he, in his last round, Tian Pang Fei, who practices up at the Ding Junhui Academy as well. And that would have been a very difficult match for him. You know, he's known Tian since they were teenagers, and probably even before that. And, so that would have been difficult.
Yes, it must be hard to cast friendships aside at certain times. I had a chat with Tom Ford this morning on his way in, and he said it was a horrible occasion, even though he knew he obviously had to beat Michael Holt to get through to Judgment Day. He's got his own aspirations, but he said he knew in winning he would virtually guarantee that Michael would end up having to go to Q School, and he said it was a horrible feeling.
Yeah, it would have been. It wouldn't have been nice. And well, it just shows you the standard of play. You know, Michael Holt, who, of course, as Ding Junhui knocks that pink in for a century, great start. He's only won the shootout a few years ago. We're now having to go back to Q School, and there's quite a lot of good players having to go to Q School as well. So it shows you how the standard is improved right from down the bottom of the rankings to the top. There's he on the yellow, Ding Junhui. It doesn't look like it, so might be off the cushion and hope for a fluke. Well, he is on a just about
It didn't look like that was on, did it? Great start to the match for Ding. And do you feel, obviously allowances have to be made, as you've mentioned, Ken, for the amount of time that Ding has spent away in China and away from his family, which has had a huge impact on him personally as well as his professional career. Do you think he's still got some big victories in him? Because he has started to become inconsistent a few years ago.
Yeah, no, I definitely think, you know, it's only a matter of time, I think, before he gets back to where he once was, you know. I think he, you know, it looks like he has that bite back a little bit. He just needs a bit of confidence, I think, you know. Great start, though.
No finer indication of confidence than an opening break of 1-3-7. Great stuff. Now this is table 8, Liu Heo Chan against Dominic Dale. Liu with an excellent early visit to put Dominic under pressure. Now, what a turn up for the books. I was having a look at the stats for this season, Ken. Dominic had not won a match all year in 2022 until he came here to the qualifiers, and of course because there was that possibility of the walkover victory against Liang Wenbo in the second of the qualifying rounds, his match against Dwayne Jones was of huge significance, and that victory and getting himself over into the last qualifying round has pretty much saved his status as a pro, irrespective of what happens today.
Yeah, it was quite a big match for him because, you know, you're going from, you know, winning of that match is virtually guaranteed 15,000, which sort of guaranteed him back into the top 64 and to stay on the tour. He's such a clever player, Dominic Dale. I know he's going to have his work cut out today against Liu Heo Chan, but a very, very capable player. And he's going to lose this first frame though after missing that long red. Yeah, that's an interesting tie up there as well.
Well, once we've seen Liu Heo Chan make absolutely certain of this frame, we should nip over and have a little look at table 1, Matthew Selt against Tepchaya Unnu. Fascinating opening frame between those two. Yeah, a real sort of stay of execution for Dominic in terms of his playing career. Of course, we know he's got a secondary avenue, as have you nowadays, Ken. He's got a great way with words in the commentary box, and was probably thinking maybe that was it for him as a player. But you know, the 15,000 means that he lives to fight another season, as it were. Yeah,
I remember speaking to him in Wales, and he was sort of resigned to, you know, that if he did fall off the tour, he was just going to, he wasn't going to go back to Q School, that he was just going to concentrate on his TV commitments and working as a commentator, which he's, you know, which I really like listening to. He's really very astute, and he has a nice sort of turn of phrase. He's a really good commentator, Dominic Dale, and of course an avid fan of the game as well.
Okay, so that will be that. Yep, Dominic with a little raise of the left hand. So if we can go over to table 1, please, guys. We've got our director Simon hot on the octo split buttons. This is the aerial view. Matt Selt.
15.
Nervy moments in this opening frame. This, Ken, is one of those matches. In some of our encounters, we have clear favourites. You know, the likes of Ding having so much experience and so many great titles above and beyond the great
50.
David Lilley. But this is one where it's almost impossible to pick a winner, isn't it?
Well, yeah, you would say that. But, you know, the sort of the form book would suggest that Matt Selt, you know, and particularly with his head-to-head victories against Tepchaya, I mean, if you didn't know and you would say what's their heads-to-head, you'd say they were going to be pretty even. But it's heavily weighted in Matt Selt's favour, 7-0. Oh, this is a wonderful escape if he hits the red. Oh, very unlucky. But yeah, I mean, Matt Selt he's had a much better sort of head-to-head against Tepchaya. He's obviously a player that he likes playing, and sometimes when you have a head-to-head like that, it does give you confidence. And also, you know, it sort of puts your opponent on a bit of an edge, because he knows that he's never beaten you.
I remember when Stephen Hendry played Tepchire, that's a bit further away that time. When they played each other in the UK Champs in December, or the back end of November, it feels like a lifetime ago now, and Tepchire had 5 centuries against Stephen. Stephen sat there and said afterwards, I can't believe I've just sat and watched a guy who might struggle to keep his place on the tour this year. When he's in and he's on form, Tepchire, he's absolutely incredible. And he's missed again with that. Not by much, but
no.
It's strange, isn't it, that when he's good, he's amazing, and yet he really did have to pull some big wins out the bag against Andrew Paget and Jack Jones to sustain his place on the tour for another year.
Yeah, well, it's just more evidence of how tough it is to stay on the tour and to stay into that 64. He's got very close with this escape, but it's just sliding off the second cushion. Just watch it when it hits this next cushion, how much it slides. Oh, he's just overcompensating there. And that will go back. He won't mind missing it as long as he doesn't like hit the black and leave the red on. I mean, that would be worst case scenario here for Tepchire. But he's got close a couple of times. But yeah, the slide off the second cushion, how wide it comes off that cushion. And he's almost trying to just hit just past the middle pocket. Now watch the slide here. He could miss this on the other side. And he doesn't want to hit the black and leave the red on. Well, that's 4 misses.
Incidentally, we're going to be keeping you company until 3:30 this afternoon if play continues across the 9 frames on the 8 tables. But if you want uninterrupted coverage from tables 1 to 4, you can find that on Discovery Plus or the Eurosport app. It's better, or you can keep us company here on the World Snooker Tour Facebook and YouTube pages, and I believe we're also going out on the Sportsman YouTube and Facebook pages. So we will be here for the next few hours, flitting around from table to table. We've seen that great break of 137 from Ding Junhui in his opener against David Lilley. And that's just beginning to turn the screw in this opener on table 1 against Tepchire Unnu. Scott Donaldson has a 48-point lead in his opening frame against Alan Taylor.
Just have a look at this, Rob. He's trying to get out of his snooker here, but he's going completely the wrong way. He should be coming off this black cushion first, because if he misses it, he's always going to leave it on. So if he comes off the black cushion, he can come off black cushion just before the middle pocket and nestle on the red, and he can't leave it on. So and that's just pressure, you know, not being a little bit impetuous and not actually having a look around and trying to work out his options there. And that's what he does. For all his talent, I think, and that's maybe why the reason that Matt Selt has a really good record against Tepchire, that he can sort of pick him off with just being a little bit clever safety-wise and just taking his options. .19 lead, so blue for 24. You'd only need the yellow after the blue here. And I tell you what, Rob, the playing on these tables, they're so quick that the cloths are absolutely beautiful. It's really such a pleasure to play on them. No problem getting out for the yellow there. Nice shot. So both players have had a couple of chances in this opening frame, but it looks like yellow for Matt Selt to take the opening frame here. He's having a good look at the scoreboard.
Scott Donaldson's taken the opening frame against Alan Taylor. Liu Heo Chan has taken the first against Dominic Dale. We saw that one. It looks like Matt Selt is going to take an important opener here against Tepchire Unnu. Joe Yulong one up against Stephen Mcguire.
Thank you. 11. $50. 20.
So Matt Selt just wanting to maximise his table time at the end of the opener.
26.
Turkish Masters runner-up. Great run to that final. He's a great guy to watch, isn't he? Because he can be a little bit streaky. He can go missing for parts of a season, but when he turns it on, he can be excellent.
Yeah, he's had a pretty good season as well. You know, he's of course had that win against Judd Trump in the UK Championships just before Christmas as well. It's a wonderful story here. Michael White, how he's come back with some great form as well, hasn't he? And you know, I know he's not fully on the tour this year, but he's done so well to, you know, to earn enough money to probably stay or get an extended run on the tour for next year.
Yeah, this is a really interesting match as well between Michael White and Jordan Brown. We said at the top, Ken, although strictly speaking, Michael White is here as an amateur. He's anything but. He won the Indian Open, he's won the Paul Hunter Classic, and it is great to see him back to form. And actually, it's good to see him feeling happy about life again, and that can't be a coincidental factor here, that he's wrestling his demons a little bit, and he seems as though he's got a little bit of a spring back in his step.
Yeah, you know, from experience of playing Michael over the years, he's such a talented player. Very, very fast. And it's good to see him, you know, produce some great snooker already this season. And he just, you know, the fact that he's got the Judgment Day now, he's one match away from the Crucible, which would be an incredible story in itself. Whereas Jordan Brown, he qualified. He's played once already at the Crucible, and he was so pleased with that a couple of years ago. That was fantastic, and I'm sure he'd love to be back there. That's going to be quite a close game as well, I feel.
I remember interviewing Jordan after his 10-6 win over Ryan Day. If my memory serves me correctly, I think he was one of the first players on the day he played to make it through, and he was highly emotional. Ding looks like he's in again, having taken the first with a 1-3-7 against David Lilley. David Lilley, remember, has never been this close to making it through to the Crucible. Just rocking and rolling through the tables. Matt Selt was on table 1. Michael White and Jordan Brown still embroiled in that opening frame. Ding hoping to make short work of the second here. He's definitely going to be a bogeyman as far as the draw is concerned on Thursday at 11 o'clock, Ken, if indeed Ding manages to beat David Lilley. He would be a horrible draw for anyone to have to play, especially because he would have gained a little bit of momentum having beaten Tian Peng Fei. If he manages to beat David Lilley, he's not someone any of the 16 would relish facing in the first round.
No, definitely not. And I remember a couple of years ago, was it, when he qualified, he had to play Ronnie O'Sullivan in the very first round. That was a cracking match, but no, I don't. He's one to avoid, I'm sure, if he does get through. But still a long way to go, of course. First to 10 now, it makes a big difference. Best of 19, as opposed to the best of 11s in the first couple of rounds. Joe O'Connor looks like he's taken the first frame against Ashley Hugo.
Biggest match, arguably, of both of their lives.
Yeah.
We'll get round to table 6 shortly. We'll just see. We'll stay with this at the moment and just see whether Ding is able to secure this second frame with a single visit. But we're guaranteed a debutant. I always love introducing the debutants at the Crucible, Ken.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah, and the excitement and smiling like a Cheshire cat coming down those stairs onto the Crucible floor, I'm sure. Big match for both players there.
Well, some early signs of concern for the World Seniors champion, David Lilley, who hasn't really been able to get out of his chair against Ding Junhui, the 14-time ranking event winner and 2011 Masters champion. Won the last of those at Wembley against Marco Fu. One-way traffic in these very early stages.
Yeah, 54 ahead with 67 remaining. So just a red and a pink here would do. Looks like he's going to play the pink into the right centre. Yeah, it looks pretty good. And of course those two reds just below the black spot, the top one of the two will pot into the right corner. He may screw back for that red. Having a look at the red into left centre, but of course when you're in the situation you make sure of the frame ball. Looks in good form, Ding, doesn't he? His cue ball control is exceptional, as I said.
61. There's some real fluidity to him around the table. So only 3 reds available, so only 51 left on. David Lilley would be unlikely to come back to the table. Why don't we jump next door and catch up with Joe Yulong against Stephen Mcguire? Joe Yulong had taken the first frame and was in the early stages of the second. And this is a tough draw for Stephen Mcguire, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Joe Yulong, although I thought he would have done a lot better over the last sort of couple of seasons. I know he got to the final of, was it the European Masters, when he lost to Neil Robertson in the final 9-0. But, you know, of the new sort of breed of Chinese players, and he's definitely in that bracket along with Yan Bingtao and Zhao Xintong. And I thought he would have sort of just done a little bit better. He moved from Sheffield, moved up to Darlington, so he's playing up in the Q house there in that academy. And I just feel that he sort of he hasn't progressed as quickly as I thought he might do, but he's still a very, very young man and lots of time. So, but this is a big match for him indeed. But he's a really nice player. He's got very good cue ball. He's got good temperament. He's going to be a match for Stephen Mcguire today. A very hard one to call once again.
He comes in fairly battle-hardened. Zhao Yulong, he beat his compatriot Zhang Anda 6-5, and he was 4-2 up in that match, so he had to dig himself out a little bit. Stephen had a 6-3 win over Zhang Kang. 3-0 up, and then his Chinese opponent whipped in, I think it was a 1-3-1 just before the mid-session interval, so there was some 1 or 2 moments of concern for Stephen in that one, but came through in fine style in the end. It would be quite some achievement by the Scot, wouldn't it? 19 consecutive Crucible appearances going back to 2004. That it would be, but he's got a fair old match on his hands if he's to fulfil that statistic.
Yeah, there's not many players could boast an impressive record like that. That was a nice little shot for Yulong there. Pink into the left centre. He's just played a little kiss on the red just to hold the cue ball and have a look at where the reds are situated. He should win the frame from here, you would feel. We might get a little bit of evidence of how tight he controls the cue ball. He's got a nice setup, nice cue action. Very solid on the shot. This is just a perfect situation here for Yulong. A couple of loose shreds around the pink, and then you've got those two just above the blue as well. So
Jamie Jones on a break of 44, having taken the first against Tom Ford. Good work by the Welshman in the early stages on table 5. We might dip over and have a little look at that once we know that this frame has been finished off. Oh, we're going now. Okay. So Jamie Jones. What a good record he's putting together at the Crucible. I'll never forget his run to the quarters on his debut in 2012. He's got a great temperament for the biggest stages, hasn't he?
yeah, I thought he played really well that year. Didn't he beat Sean Murphy, I think, on the way to the quarterfinals? He had a really good match with him, and yeah, he's a sort of confidence player, isn't he? I know he's had a little spell off the tour, but it's, you know, when he plays well, he sort of bounces around the table, doesn't he? He's a quick scorer as well, so he obviously loves the Crucible. I mean, that's a big thing as well, that when you get to the Crucible, that you're inspired by it, and it's not sort of it's not a letdown to you, you know, that it sort of helps you play better. And I think that's one of the tournaments that he's played probably his best snooker at, is at the Crucible. And that's always a good sign.
And he hasn't just beaten Sean Murphy once at the Crucible, he's beaten him twice, because you're quite right, he did beat him en route to the quarters in 12. And he also beat him in 2018. In fact, there's only been one of his 4 visits so far where he's lost a first round match. He was thrashed by Neil Robertson in 2015, 10-2, but other than that, he's always made it into the last 16. Last year he beat Stephen Mcguire and then succumbed to Stuart Bingham. But I agree, Ken, he tends to produce his best snooker at the Crucible, and I think after that enforced period off the tour, he absolutely savours every big occasion and puts his heart and soul into every ball and every frame. And he's great to watch because of that.
Yeah, and he gets on with it, doesn't he? I mean, he doesn't waste too much time. Moves around the table quickly, you know, he sights the ball early and then plays the shot.
74.
There's not too much talk goes into it. Yeah, he's a handful, and he's got off to a good start here. Matt Selt looking very, very good on table 1 at the moment. This is a nice break for Jamie Jones.
81.
He's come up to Sheffield a few days early before the qualifiers. Saw him down in the Ding Junhui Academy along with Jamie Clark there. Came out for a few days practice. Looks to be hitting the ball very sweetly indeed.
Very good representation for the Welsh in this year's last round of qualifiers. I think there are 6 in total. 5 Chinese players, I think 15 Englishmen, and a handful of Scots as well.
25.
The Welsh are so passionate about their snooker, such a great history. And actually, Ken, a few people are tipping, not that it's that much of a surprise, he's one of the greats, but a few people are saying that Mark Williams might be a cheeky outside bet for the world title, because he's been in
fantastic form over the last couple of months.
Oh yeah, without doubt. We were looking at the betting at the Tour Championship there, and he was out to 40 to 1 for the World Championship, which I thought was like extremely generous odds. Oh, the brown doesn't drop. That's a shame. But yeah, I think Mark Williams, and you know, at that price, you know, he's going to be a handful for anybody. It's a wonderful price, 40 to 1 for Mark Williams. You never know.
I don't think he'd do a naked press conference this time, though. If he was to make it,
I certainly
world
hope.
title
I certainly
number
hope
4,
not.
that was well, it was a year that could never be repeated. Late night kebabs, naked press conferences, potting balls with his eyes closed, as only Willow can. Now this is the battle of the would-be debutantes. Joe O'Connor against Ashley Hugo. Good response this from Ashley after Joe took the first. And what a comeback, by the way. One of the, arguably the comeback of all the players to make it through to Judgment Day. 4-1 down against Martin Gould. I was sort of keeping a track of those scores, then went to bed early, still recovering from COVID. And when I looked in the morning and saw it was 6-5, I thought I'd misread it. I put my glasses on and couldn't believe it, because Martin was 4-1 up when I went to. Unbelievable performance.
Of course, and Martin Gould, you know, a very accomplished player, experience as well. And yeah, excellent win for Ashley Hugo. He's had some good wins over his short career. I know he's fallen off the tour, got back on. Well, he's had some notable scalps.
Yes, he beat Jack Lazowski and Ali Carter to make the last 16 of the European Masters this year. This, without doubt, though, the biggest match of both of their lives. And we talked at the top, Ken, about how the best way to approach these matches is to focus on one ball at a time. But in the case of these two guys, when neither of them have been to the Crucible before, and they will be well aware of the magnitude of the occasion and the importance, how difficult is it to block that out? It must be almost impossible, surely.
It is very, very difficult, yeah, but I think that's the key. I think if you can block it out a little bit, and anyway, as much as you can, and just focus on what's in front of you, then, you know, I think that can be only beneficial. Sometimes you get a little bit ahead of yourself, and you know, just obviously hoping that you get the Crucible, and the dream of playing there can become sort of too great in a way, and sort of puts a bit of pressure on you. So that's going to be tough for both players today. But yeah, big match. Excitement. Very solid player, isn't he, Ashley Hugo? Plays, of course, in Sheffield as well at the Victoria Snooker Academy
68.
with Yan Bingtao and Zhao Xintong and a whole host of other players up there, Zhang Anda as well. So he's getting a lot of good practice, a lot of good match play.
The general standard at the academy, if you're looking for a practice partner, must be phenomenal.
yeah. At both academies, you know, Ding Junhui's as well, with so many good professionals there. Yeah, he doesn't have to come too far either, does he, for Judgment Day? The Institute only just down the road. It's a nice break he's put together here, 75 so far.
Tom Ford's in the early stages of his latest frame against Jamie Jones, and needed it.
80.
Michael White's on a break of 26 on table 2. Forwards up to 27, the early stages of the third. Liu Heo Chan 2-0 up against Dominic Dale. Let's stay with the end of this break. The two potential debutantes. Parity restored, one apiece. Well, Ken and I are busy watching the Octo split, but we have got a whole array of people here working for the World Snooker Tour. If you've got any questions or comments, send them in on Twitter, and we'll try and remember to look at our phones, and the guys in the main press room will bring in your thoughts, who you've enjoyed watching so far and who you fancy will get over the line and be in the draw for 11 o'clock on Thursday morning. Great stuff from Ashley Hugo. 1-1 with a century. A great response in the battle to become a first-time Crucible player. Neither man looking at the other. Alan Taylor against Scott Donaldson over on table 7. Alan Taylor produced one of the shocks of the 8 days so far when he beat Ricky Walden 6-4 from 4-2 down. Ricky could well still finish this season as 16th in the rankings. You could say, you can argue, he's so unlucky. Could have given himself a shot of the £150,000 series bonus in Gibraltar, fell just shy of that. Would have been a big payday, guaranteed entry to the Champion of Champions, guaranteed entry to the Worlds, but his season has finished early. Overall, though, it has been a good campaign for Ricky, which is why he has edged his way back up to the Sports Elite, former World Championship semi-finalist. But that victory from Alan Taylor was absolutely huge. And this, without doubt, is the biggest match of his life, bidding for a debut Crucible appearance up against Scott Donaldson. Could still qualify for the tour from the one-year list if he is to lose this match. He's had a tough time in most years he's tried to qualify before, apart from 2020 when he beat Vahidi and Lee Walker before losing to Matt Selt in our COVID hit edition of the World Snooker Championship. So that red glued to the cushion, causing some problems, but it's a useful position for Alan Taylor. He's certainly not out of this frame yet. Scott Donaldson has appeared in the Champion of Champions before, won the Championship League in 2020. He's got a good history. Was in the winners group this year. His best ranking results this season, last 16 of the Welsh and the Scottish. An awkward opponent for Alan Taylor, but having beaten Ricky Walden, he'll fancy the job here. I think not too far before Christmas, Alan became a father, I think, for the first time, Ken. So he's got a lot going on in his life, and was starting to get a decent amount of work as an MC. But I spoke to him after that great break of 145 against Lee Walker at the qualifiers a couple of years ago, and he said, look, I still feel like I could deliver, and I still feel I could make it to the big occasions. And this is absolutely massive for Alan Taylor as he, edges towards the age of 40.
he doesn't know how many more chances he'll get to come this close to making it to the Crucible.
And
big occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a great win against Ricky Wall. I mean, if ever you needed to get some sort of inspiration, what a wonderful win for him against Ricky Walden in the previous round. A man who's been playing with a lot of confidence this season. That was a loose one from Alan Taylor. Should have really tried to block using the yellow and the brown there. So it's very easy. Safety shot here for Scott Donaldson. Could put Alan Taylor in a lot of trouble. Cue ball behind the black. Oh, it's nice pace. Yeah. And now pressure is back on Alan Taylor. It's amazing when you one little shot like that where you just sort of you don't concentrate fully on getting the object ball in a safe position. Like you're going to put yourself in a give the advantage to your opponent, and then you put yourself back in a tough position here. He's going to need a little bit of luck. Good hit. He hasn't got the cover. Now half a chance for Scott Donaldson here. 17-point leads. He's going to need red colour, possibly yellow and green, depending on the value of the colour. But it's a shot that you fancy a player to get. He's sort of playing it well. I say that, and that for me was a totally wrong shot. Should have taken a go at that reg for sure. It's a shot that he would have been, you know, playing in practice. Sometimes, well, do you get a better chance? He's going to wait patiently for a better chance, but sometimes it doesn't come along. That's what the qualifiers can do to you, Rob. You know, sometimes it sort of inhibits you because of, you know, the importance of this match. That, you know, players like Scott Donaldson, he'd be practicing a shot like that, you know, every day, that particular red. But when it comes to the crunch, he didn't even think twice about taking it on. You think, well, he's going to be paid. Oh, he's got very lucky there. Very, very lucky.
And he did tap the table there in acknowledgement to Alan Taylor.
That doesn't make you feel any better.
No consolation, yeah. No consolation. Steve Davis always makes me laugh when he talks about those. He said, why do that? He said, you never mean it. You don't really wish that you'd left your opponent with a gilt-edged opportunity. He said, you know, you're owning up, but you're only owning up because you know you're supposed to.
Yeah, yeah. And look at the result he's had there. So he's fluked the snooker. Alan Taylor's missed it, and he's left the free ball. So perfectly on the black here. Might go for yellow or pink. Not quite sure whether that red passes the green into the green pocket. Well, he's gone up for brown or green here. Now let's see where the red goes. He's going to have a look to see does it go into the yellow pocket. I'm not quite sure where it does from that camera angle. Could drop the brown in off the top cushion with the cue ball, have the red into the right centre pocket. Just depends where this red is available. It may go into the green pocket past the green. No, he's playing it for the middle.
Tepchire, by the way, is on a break of 86, now 92, so he will reduce his arrears. Matt Selt will still lead, but it will be 2-1 as opposed to 2-0. Good response from the Thailand player. That's on table 1. And that fluked snooker for Scott Donaldson could well prove rather costly for Alan Taylor. Just the colours remaining for David Lilly, hoping to get a first frame on the board against a very confident, comfortable looking Ding Junhui. They're on table 3. Stephen Maguire is on a break of 64, having lost the first 2 to Joe Yulong. So good response from the Scot. He's not happy about something there, Scott. He was talking to Rob Spencer, the referee, about, is it the markings on the green?
Not quite sure what he was on about there, but that fluke snooker has proved crucial in this second frame for Scott Donaldson. He's going to go 2-0 up. David Lilly has won the 3rd frame there, so he's going to be 2-1 down to Ding Junhui.
What a strange table this is. Stephen Maguire very close to securing that frame on table 4. He's on a break of 73. Yeah, Joe Yulong now requiring a significant number of snookers, so good response from Stephen Maguire, and he needed it. And to use one of Dominic Dale's own expressions that he apparently came up with, it's not quite an orchard of reds, but there are certainly plenty for the picking.
Yeah.
And this is, talk about the old and the young, Ken. I was going over my stats for this. Liu Hao Chan was not born when Dominic Dale won the first of his 2 ranking titles, when he won the Grand Prix in 1997. Hao Chan was born in 97, but it was a couple of months after Dominic won his first ranking title. So you've got a 24-year-old taking on a 50-year-old. It's a great story, this.
Yeah. And this is a good opportunity for Dominic Dale to get off the mark. I mean, the reds are nicely placed. And, you know, like John Virgo, I know he coined the phrase that you never really settle down until you win that first frame, and it's very, very true. You know, until you get that first frame on your board, you're always that little bit edgy. And this is a perfect way for Dominic Dale now to just try and make a one-scoring visit. Brown into the corner. He's looking at the red on the ball cushion, that if he lands somewhere near the ball cushion, that you have an angle to knock that red in and back out for brown. He's only got the brown and the yellow to work with here at the balk end of the table. As long as he doesn't land straight on this red. There's it. Looks like he's bounced off the ball cushion a little bit now. Does he have to screw back with a little bit of right hand side here? Or can he just stun it out for the brown? Well, he's played that very nicely. That was beautifully cued.
Little ripple of applause in the background was for Stephen Maguire's century. It's on a break of 104, so he'll move 2-1 behind Joe Yulong.
Remember when Dominic Dale qualified for the Crucible a good few years ago now, he came out with that white suit, didn't he, and red shirt. Oh, looked like an ice cream man.
I'll never forget the last time he played. And strangely, the last time he played, he made the quarterfinals. It was 2014. I couldn't believe it when I did my notes and realised he hadn't qualified for 8 years. When he came out for that quarterfinal, after I'd done his introduction, he stopped and talked to me at the table and started saying, did I like his shoes? And I said, Dominic, this is a World Championship quarterfinal. I've got 3 other players to introduce here. Come on, you need to sit down. But he was so relaxed, it was ridiculous. I'll never ever forget that.
Yeah, very underrated player. I know he's won a couple of ranking tournaments, but he certainly knows his way around the table, Dominic Dale. He's very, very clever. That was a sensational win, that first ranking tournament that he won in '97 against John Higgins. I mean, huge underdog against John Higgins in that final, but played superbly well. As indeed he did when I think he won the Shanghai Masters. Was that his second?
Yeah, 10 years later, yeah, 2007. And it's easy to forget, isn't it? Especially youngsters who've only grown up watching the sport under the Barry Hearn era, where there are 15, 20 tournaments, or were before COVID, a season. You know, when you guys were winning in the late 90s and the early noughties, there were only about 5 or 6 events a year, so they were a big deal. You had massive gaps between major ranking events. So, you know, to have picked up 2 in that era is no mean feat at all.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, you know, all those years ago, like, you finished at the World Championship, you didn't pick your queue up for about 2 months, because you weren't playing for at least 3 months. You know, so you had the whole of the summer off. It was like being back in school again. Summer holidays.
Well, a great summer holiday if you've won the world title, as you did in '97. But if you've gone out early, that's an awful lot of time to be left stewing about missed opportunities and your opponent's lucky flukes.
I think he's made this break very, very well indeed, Dominic Dale. He's had a good control of the cue ball, and this will certainly settle him down.
Ashley Hugo's in again, Ken, against Joe O'Connor, the battle of the would-be debutant, so he's very close to going 2-1 up in that one.
Tepchoya is in again. He's already on 46. Jamie Jones just gone 3-0 up against Tom Ford. This is what Tepchoya can do. You know, he can, you know, reel off frames in minutes, you know. Dominic misses the brown, but he won't be worried. He's won that frame, so he gets his first frame on the board.
Well, you've just been mentioning Tepchoya, who's on that break of 47. Let's go back over to table 1, if we may, please, Simon. Oh, a quick glimpse of Olivier Martil there, and we mentioned already, I think we mentioned on air as opposed to off camera, how pleased we are for Olivier to have been announced that he's got his 2nd World Championship final 7 years after overseeing Stuart Bingham and Sean Murphy in 2015.
Good luck to him. Well deserved. Very good referee indeed. Now let's see what Tepchoya can do here.
55.
That's gone wrong. Oh, has he got a little kiss that this red is on through the middle of the reds? He didn't play for this red.
62.
Let's have a look. Is it potable? That looks potable into the corner. 62 in the lead. So you need a colour and one more red. And that's not a great angle on the blue. You may have to take the pink here. Pink is the shot. Blue maybe in and out of balk. He's got to generate a lot of topspin on this shot. thought the pink was definitely the shot there. And once again, a little bit of nerves. He's worried of taking the pink on, missing it, and leaving his opponent there. But still, good 68-point lead, 75 remaining. But the frame is not over yet. Well, I say that. What a shot he's played there. A back cross double.
He's done it with such nonchalance as well, Ken. He's barely flinched. No expression on his face whatsoever. He'd be a brilliant poker player.
I mean, if he misses that, he could leave a chance for Matt Sell. I mean, it's such a very low percentage shot, but I must say, very well executed.
77.
He's going to need a good shot here to keep the break going. But this is a good reply from Tepchayev from 2-0 down. Century in the last frame.
Check down and then 27 on the throw.
Yep, Matthew concedes. So parity is restored on table 1. Just having a quick look at the scores. Well, that's the view from the perspective of the audience. We've got the octo split, 8 tables, great drama. And if play is still going on, Ken and I will be here until 3:30 later on this afternoon. And this evening, we're guaranteed to still be here until at least 11 o'clock. 2 very long, dramatic days in the early stages of unfolding. Right, Ken, what do we think? Ding's 2-1 up against David Lilly. Joe Yulong's been pegged back to 2-1 by Stephen Maguire. Why don't we have a quick look at table 2, where there's a very tight frame unfolding between Jordan Brown and Michael White. And Jordan needs to find a way to settle a little bit here, having seen his Welsh opponent take the first 2 frames. Just not anxious moments, but certainly a time for him to get his toe in the match before the mid-session interval.
He's overscrewed this cue ball, but it looks like it's going to work out okay. He wasn't playing for that red. He was playing for the one of the reds into the bottom left-hand corner pocket, just below the pink spot. But it's a bit awkward, this one. Try and get the cue ball back up for blue. Could go in off. Could go in off. Yeah, it was the positional shot from green to red that the cue ball got away from him. This red does pot, and this was the red that Jordan Brown was actually trying to get on.
Ken, looking back at how things have unfolded for Jordan since that unbelievable, and that word is overused, but it's the only way you can describe his victory against Ronnie O'Sullivan in the decider in the Welsh Open final at Celtic Manor last year. Do you think that win and the surprising nature of it for a little while almost ended up being a burden for Jordan Brown?
Well, I'm not quite sure whether it's a burden or not. You know, it's just, you know, sometimes that your form can slip a little bit. That when you've won a big tournament like that, you know, that you're full of confidence, but also, you know, it's just the relief of winning it, and maybe that sometimes you don't get the results that you want. Maybe there's a great expectation on you as well. so that might bring a little bit more added pressure. And it just depends on how he was dealing with it himself internally. That maybe put, not that there was expectation on, maybe more expectation he put on himself as well as people from outside the game. So and that's why maybe the results haven't come thick and fast for Jordan Brown after his first maiden victory. But yeah, it was an incredible win. I remember commentating on it, and the drama that unfolded going into that final frame decider. But what a confidence booster to beat Ronnie O'Sullivan in the final of a ranking tournament is very, very special indeed. He's a lovely lad, Jordan Brown. Plays with Mark Allen and Antrim. Real avid, tough, hard practicer as well. Like, puts a lot of hours in, and it's great to see him, you know, get some success as well. Lovely lad. So pleased for him when he got to the Crucible for the first time a couple of years ago. He was so excited. Himself and Jamie Clark, I think, qualified on the same day, and of course Jamie Clark's in action as well on Judgment Day tomorrow.
Yes, and that year you're referring to, Jamie needed to qualify for the Crucible to keep his place on the tour, and he was crying afterwards. Good pot there from last year's Welsh Open champion. High emotion from both of them, and we've got a massive roar from Jamie after he qualified for Judgment Day again. He was in a similar position to that which he occupied 2 years ago, where his win in the penultimate qualifying round all but guaranteed his status on the tour for another year. And I do like the rule, Ken, that no matter where you are in the rankings, it's deemed a big enough achievement that if you make it to the Crucible, your status on tour is preserved, irrespective of where you are in the rankings. I quite like that.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I think it's well deserved, and it's been a great, innovative sort of addition to the tour. And it's like a lovely bonus for any of the players who have fallen just outside the 64 but qualified for the Crucible. They're guaranteed a 2-year card. It's wonderful. That was good opening red from Jordan Brown there, and that will certainly give him a little bit of confidence. He would feel he should win the frame from this position. Black will put him 26 points in the lead. As you see, his reds are nicely situated around the pink and black here.
Important little visit this for Jordan Brown. Great opener to give himself the opportunity of registering his first frame. Scott Donaldson, by the way, is on a break of 45 over on table 7. He's already 2-0 up on Alan Taylor. Biggest match of Alan Taylor's career after knocking out Ricky Walden in the penultimate qualifying round. But he's having a tough time against the Scot. This is better from Jordan Brown.
He's got quite an unusual stance. Have a look at his stance. See the way the left leg is quite forward, and the right leg It's not like a tripod type of stance. It's almost like he's, you know, the right leg is back quite a bit. You know, it's almost like he's in a sort of starting position to start the race. But very effective.
47.
Yeah, this is a nice break from Jordan Brown. And as I said, from a good opening red.
Joe O'Connor's taken frame 3 against Ashley Hugo on the black.
55.
2-1 up, the Leicester Cuman. Going better than his good friend and sometimes practice partner, Tom Ford. Tom 3-0 down against Jamie Jones. Matt Selt and Tepchire Anu are off for their mid-session break. Tepchire's pegged back the Englishman. They're 2 apiece now.
62.
Snooker's required for Alan Taylor on table 7. Scott Donaldson's break now up to 69.
Jordan Brown, 62 and different.
He has settled down. Let's head over King Jung-wee.
It's a good little comeback here from David Lilly. 2-0 down. Didn't really get a shot in those first couple of frames, and now he's a wonderful position already, a 20-point lead to level things up at the mid-session interval. Oh well, does this pink respot? If it does, it might not be on this red into the middle. Oh, it's quite tight, just about.
Great response so far to Ding's early dominance and break building prowess.
29.
David Lilly has done it the hard way. Craig Steadman, Robbie Williams, and that win against Kurt Mafflin relegated the expatriated Londoner who represents Norway, relegated him from the tour. And who could forget Kurt's epic victory over John Higgins a couple of years ago at the Crucible. Never been this close to a place at the sports cathedral, as it were. He has won a title at the Crucible. That was the seniors crown last year. Very emotional victory, and went very close to doing the double, almost winning the World Seniors UK crown at the Bonus Arena in Hull at the start of January. A good final between himself and Peter Lines. So he's thrived on the seniors circuit, and he's giving himself a great chance here of making it through to the World Championship.
Yeah, it's a good break, this. .57 in the lead, 67 still remaining. So red in the colour will be enough. We just have to give these shots into the middle pocket a little bit of attention. Nice shot. He'll try and knock that red that's closest to the right middle. Try and just brush into that and try and knock it over the pocket. Gentle little kiss on it. It's not as well as he would have hoped for, but he's still okay.
59.
Break of 1-3-2 for Scott Donaldson against Alan Taylor. Very impressive 3-0 lead for him. Great shot there from David Lilley, who's proving here that he's not overawed by his opponent or the occasion. And I quite like that about his character, Ken. He's one of these sort of unflappable players, isn't he?
Yeah. I don't think, well, I think 65 behind, just 51 remaining to be a tall order. Try and win the frame from this position. Quite surprised Ding is going to play on. Jamie Jones looks like he's going to go 4-0 up on Tom Ford. Oh. Wouldn't have expected that. Thought that'd be closer contest, but looks to be absolutely flying at the moment, Jamie Jones.
And that should almost certainly be that. Ding was keen to play on, but his opportunities are getting ever narrower in this frame. David Lilley will be absolutely delighted to go into their mid-session at 2 apiece, having been forced to sit and watch the first 2 frames. Jamie Jones has gone into their mid-session interval against Tom Ford with a 4-0 advantage. That's a massive deficit for Ford to try and close down. And David Lilley just looking to get himself in a really good rhythm. For him, the mid-session interval's coming at the wrong time, but he will be over the moon at having restored parity at 2 apiece.
11.
Couple of one-sided matches. Scott Donaldson 3-0 up against Alan Taylor, but we got 1 or 2 very close indeed. You'll be entering the World Seniors again, Ken, I assume?
Oh yes, I look forward to that. I do like it. Any time to play at the Crucible, it's always good. And yeah, I do love the seniors events. They're fantastic. And of course it would be great to have crowds back as well.
Yes, how we've missed those. Now we've moved from table 3 to table 4 because this is a key moment in the early stages of this match, and that was nicely done by Joe Yulong. He saw his 2-0 lead whittled down to 2-1 after a magnificent century from Stephen Mcguire, but just edging closer to restoring his 2-frame lead before they disappear for their mid-session interval. He's almost there.
.55 ahead, but still 59. Cue ball. Proximity to the pink. It's just making this shot up into the green pocket just a bit more awkward. And you see it's got a bridge right over the pinks. Just got to be careful there. A bit of movement in the crowd. Is he taking the red on? He certainly is, and what a great pot it was as well. And that will secure a 3-1 lead for Joe Yulong against Stephen Mcguire. Excellent pot.
Useful lead for Joe Yulong. Matt Selt and Tepchire Unnu have returned from their mid-session interval. Tepchire is one of the fastest players on tour, so no real surprise that they've already had their mid-session interval and have returned. David Lilley and Ding Junhui, 2 apiece. Great response to Ding's big start from David Lilley. Good stuff from the 24-year-old. Come through a 6-5 thriller to take on Stephen Mcguire. Runner-up in the shootout a couple of years ago, and a runner-up to the European Masters at the start of 2020. He was thrashed by Neil Robertson. Hopefully didn't carry too many scars from that experience. So should have no trouble here, finishing this mini session of 4 with a century. A great break of 110. Sees Joe Yulong re-establish his 2-frame advantage. Just double checking the timings with Ben Williams. So just a quick update on the scores. Matt Selt and Tepchire Unnu have resumed at 2 apiece. Michael White 2-1 up against Jordan Brown, but Jordan is on a break of 43 on table 2. We'll go there shortly. Ding Junhui and David Lilley 2 apiece. Great response by the world seniors champion to peg back the 14-time ranking event winner. Stephen Mcguire with a little bit of work to do against Joe Yulong, who we've just seen nail a century break of 110. Jamie Jones is absolutely flying against Tom Ford. The Leicester Cuman with a lot to think about. His fellow player Joe O'Connor with a slender advantage over Ashley Hugo. He took the 3rd on the black, so it's very tight between the 2 potential debutants. Scott Donaldson going very well indeed against Alan Taylor. Biggest match of Alan Taylor's career, especially after knocking out Ricky Walton in the penultimate qualifying round. And Liu Heo Chan leads the veteran Dominic Dale, more than twice his age. But Dominic got his first frame on the board for 2-1 and will be absolutely determined to put his young Chinese opponent under player. So there we go. It's a hive of activity. Our sports cathedral, Colosseum. Use whatever term you will. It just wouldn't be the World Snooker Championship if it wasn't at the Crucible. And we cannot wait for all the drama to unfold. 10 o'clock Saturday morning, Mark Selby will kick us off, as is tradition for the reigning defending Betfred World Snooker Champion. All roads lead to the Crucible, but which of the 32 players still in the hunt will be in the draw on Thursday at 11 o'clock? Myself and the Chief Press Officer Ivan Hershowitz will be going over the top, not in terms of our delivery, well, not always. We will be driving over the tops from Sheffield to Manchester to Betfred's headquarters. I believe we've got John Parrott to help us with the draw. 11 o'clock Thursday morning. Which 8 players from today's matches will be waiting with bated breath to see who they're going to face? There are a couple of real stinkers awaiting the top 16. 1 or 2 big names who by all accounts would normally make it there automatically. The likes of Ding Junhui, if he comes through the match against David Lilley. Dave Gilbert has already said that he's going to be an awkward opponent for any of the top 16 should he win his final qualifying match tomorrow. Meanwhile, back on table 2, Michael White and Jordan Brown. Great start to this match from Michael White, but a good response from Jordan to just settle himself down. Matt Selt, by the way, has started quickly in the 5th frame against Tepchaya Unnu. They'll play 9 this afternoon, with, of course, possible 10 tonight. He's got an early break. Joe O'Connor is on a break of 23. He's 2-1 up against Ash Hugo. Most of the matches have now gone to a mid-session interval. And what a pot that was by Michael White, hoping to stay in front against Jordan Brown. 2 proven ranking event winners. Jordan taking the Welsh last year. Michael White has won the Indian Open, Paul Hunter Classic, and I think he also won the Shootout, I think,
he did,
before it became a ranking title.
He did indeed, yeah. He certainly did. A good opportunity here for Michael White. Okay, 46 points behind. One safe red, that's the one close to the left middle pocket. The red is close to the right cushion. Shouldn't be a problem for a right-hander. Yeah, you can maybe stun across for that red. That's closest to the right cushion. Just try and drop right behind it. Yeah, it doesn't. Looks okay. And these are, you know, such important frames. I know it's very early stages, but if you can win a frame like this, you know, when you're behind, your opponent was in, he should have won the frame. But if you can steal frames like this, Rob, I mean, it's so beneficial to you in the long run, you know, just for your confidence and also just to really hurt your opponent. And frames like this really do hurt. You always talk about the big breaks and the centuries and stuff like that, but if you can win a frame from 50 points behind and clean up with 50 odd, or 60 behind and clean up with 60, whatever, those frames, 21. So important, even in a best of 19 match. Now he's got a perfect angle, I think, on the pink here. He can develop the red, or you can leave the double. That's what he was thinking about. But let's see what he tries here. He does have a nice angle on the pink if he wants to move it. The double is on. He's going to play the double. Ooh, has he brought the cue ball up far enough? The only problem about playing the double, if you don't get it, the red can go anywhere, you know, and you can leave. You're never certain of actually where the red is going to go. I'm not quite sure whether he stunned the cue ball up high enough for this double to be perfect.
Would you go for this in the context?
I would, because he played for the double, so he's got to go for it. But he's not playing for it. He's decided against it, and he may have knocked the red over the corner pocket. He may have left it on. That was a terrible mistake. And that's what I was saying earlier, Rob. Like, you know, you've got to concentrate. You're sort of concentrating on trying to get the cue ball behind the black, but you've got to really make sure of getting the object ball safe. That should be your priority. That red should have been tight to the ball cushion. Has he left it for Jordan Brown here? Maybe not. He's looking at maybe coming off the ball cushion, catching the red from behind, sending it back up towards this top end of the table.
Matt Selt's taken the 5th, by the way, the first after the mid-session interval, so he's 3-2 up on Tepchaya Unnu. And Joe O'Connor's on a half-century break. Still just about enough on for Ashley Hugo in their 4th frame, but it looks as though at the moment the momentum is with Joe O'Connor, who could well be going into the mid-session interval with a 3-1 lead. Ding Junhui and David Lilly at 2 apiece. They're on their mid-session break. Stephen Maguire trailing 3-1 against Joe Yulong. They are also on their break.
And this is the type of shot you like, you know, it's a shot to nothing almost. But if you get it, you have a chance of winning the frame. Quite a good bit away from being close. Now, what does Jordan do here? It certainly cuts the red into the left corner pocket. No. Oh, I'll settle for that. Nice little kiss on the green there. It shouldn't be a problem hitting this red, but it's a matter of getting it safe. You've got to try and once again kick up the back of it. Send the red back up into the balk. Try and leave that cue ball close to this top cushion. Oh, he said it all wrong. Man, it's going to cost him the frame. So that mistake earlier of not getting the top side of the red for the double is going to prove very costly for Michael White.
Well, it looked as though he was heading for a 3-1 lead at the mid-session interval. But Jordan Brown, barring a slip-up, will restore parity at 2 apiece. That's Selt in the background. He'll be happy after that first frame following the mid-session. It's almost like he heard us there. He turned around at just the right time. Jamie Jones 4-0 up against Tom Ford. They are yet to resume on table 5, coming towards the end of their mid-session break.
Jordan Brown, 7.
Well, 31 points behind, so just 4-point snooker required from Michael White. And all the colours to the level. Force a respot, but that's not the best shot he's ever played. And he's left this yellow into the right centre pocket. The setup here, I must say, Rob, is really magnificent out there, you know. Particularly, I was speaking to a few of the paying customers at the cafe, and I was saying, like, you know, the value that they get, you know, with all the matches, you know, they know what, you know, the pressure on for the players, and he said it's just absolutely wonderful, you know. You see some old faces, they've been coming for years, you know, to the qualifiers. Well, it's good to see that they still have the avid interest in the game.
Well, it's an embarrassment of Richie's judgment day, isn't it? Whether you come on the Tuesday or the Wednesday, you're guaranteed to see a whole array of world-class performers, ranking event winners, world champions, world finalists, potential debutantes, a whole mix of age and experience, personality and perseverance. Great couple of days of live snooker. There is, if you've never been, there is something unique about this specific qualification round, because of course, you know, making it through to any of the other events is a big deal, but this is the real snooker gravy. To make it through to that draw, even from the perspective of people who work on the sport, from my point of view, even walking down those stairs as an MC, there is something very special about the Crucible, and it's a very long summer break, and all of these guys are desperate to finish their season not here at the English Institute of Sport, but just down the road at the Crucible in the centre of Sheffield in our sports showpiece event.
And I know a few of the top players like Judd Trump, Neil Robertson, and even reading an article there for Sean Murphy in the Sportsman there yesterday, they were all saying that the Crucible's too small, that it should be moved. They could have a bigger venue elsewhere. Where do you stand on that argument?
Well, I'm yeah, we could talk about this for ages. I'm quite old school. I know it's not the biggest, and I know it's not the most glamorous, but it has its idiosyncrasies. And one of the things I enjoy about the World Championship is coming to Sheffield. It's because it's not a huge city, but it's a very proud city. They embrace every element of hosting the World Championship. Now, if you contrast that, the atmosphere, Ken, at the Masters in January was unbelievable. I've never experienced anything like it. I don't know whether it was the fact that we've had COVID and people haven't had the opportunity for the fancy Century Club corporate hospitality, the fact that there were 2,000 people there. Ali Pali is phenomenal. But if the World Championship, for instance, if we're talking hypothetically, if the World Championship was to go to Ali Pali, by the nature of the fact that it would be in London, it would not be the only major event happening in London at that time, because London is so huge and it's the capital. For me, even though it would be bigger if it went somewhere else and World Snooker Tour would make more money potentially, there's something about the history of the event, and there's something about the pride of the people of Sheffield that means, in my opinion, it should stay there. Yeah.
And what about the argument, well, it's too small and we can't have sort of corporate hospitality? But that's not the BN and of all, is it? Like, just to have corporate hospitality or to have bigger crowds. You could have bigger crowds, but would you fill it out for like 17 days? You know, if you had a 2,000 sort of seater arena, I don't think you would. So I think if it's not broken, then don't fix it, you know.
So you'd be with me then. You'd want it to stay, irrespective of bigger venues and more money to be made elsewhere.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, just because you can have a sort of corporate hospitality event, it doesn't mean it's going to be that much more special. In fact, it might actually take away from it. You know, we talk about Roy Keane talked about the prawn sandwich brigade at Old Trafford, and you don't want that at a snooker event.
Well, and also, the Masters and the Tour Champs, the Champion of Champions, the UK Championship, they all have their unique appeal. And of course, in terms of the sheer volume, the noise in Ali Pali this year was off the scale. But perhaps, there's a case for saying that is Ali Pali's personality. Of course. And there's a room for that. And it's tailor-made for the top 16, so you're always going to see a phenomenal match when you're there. And
also you have the history and the nostalgia that goes along with the Crucible, and there's certain things that money cannot buy, and you cannot buy history. You have to create your own.
88.
Another big break here from Tepchoya. This is a cracking match between these two. This could be a second century of the morning.
95.
Possible 140.
96.
142 on here. 145. Wow. 102. 43 left. He won't get 145 because he's not going to play for the black here, is he? He might play for the pink.
102.
I'd love to see him go down. Well, he's going to play for the black, yeah. Wow, this is some break. We've already had a 147, Graham Dot. It'd be nice to have a 145.
Well, there are many years when a 145 would be the highest break, not just in qualifying, but at the Betfred World Snooker Championship at the Crucible. 145 is what Alan Taylor had a couple of years ago against Lee Walker. I think then he was beaten by John Higgins having a behind closed doors 147, if I'm getting my years in the right order. Alan Taylor, by the way, is having a tough time in these early stages against Scott Donaldson. Donaldson has a 4-0 lead. They're on their mid-session break.
Let's have a look. Let's enjoy this last few colours here, Rob, because we'll get to see the evidence of how just nice he strikes the cue ball. This Tepchoya, who knew, from Thailand. Just a wonderful cueist. Very fluent, very fast. I think he's the fastest player on the tour, isn't he? An average shot time of like 14, 15 seconds is it's quite incredible.
132.
This is fantastic. Beautiful break.
138.
A moment of near perfection from Tekchaya Unnu. This nip and tuck match between himself and Matthew Selt. Right back to all square. 6 frames played, 3 apiece. Table 1. More than living up to its star-studded billing. Confirmation beat Andrew Paget, his highest break thus far until that 145. He had a 137 against Paget, beat Jack Jones 6-5, and he was 3-1 down in that one. Needed wins here at the English Institute to stay on the tour, which seems ludicrous when you look at the quality he's just produced for that brilliant 135. Right, let's head down to table 8, please, Simon. Dominic Dale and Liu Heo Chan still yet to get to their mid-session interval. Dominic with a sizable lead here, but the 24-year-old playing on. Well, there's enough on for Liu Heo Chan to steal this, and that would hurt Dominic Dale, who's worked extremely hard to register his first frame of the afternoon. Going back to the Crucible discussion, Ken, I just think, in some ways, you know, I know this is going to sound a little bit strange. I almost relate the Crucible. It's a bit like a relationship. I mean, nothing in life is perfect. It's our imperfections that make us very human. You know, when you're in a relationship, you learn to love the idiosyncrasies, and it is a relationship with the Crucible. You know, the tiny corridors you can't all get past at the same time. You have to wait and say, oh, excuse me, and it's very hard not to get in a player's eye line when you're waiting backstage to come on to do the introductions. There's loads of things you could in theory change about it, but its quirks and its unusual layout is why we love going there, and you just embrace every element of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Jamie Jones in again, 4-0 up. He's going to go 5-0 here. And this is what he can do. He can get on a run. He's, as I said, he bounces around the table. Very quick scorer. Streaky type of player. Well, enjoying his time out there now. Play the yellow down the left hand side of the table. You will feel for these 2 reds into the right corner. He could play it off the cushion and play for the left corner as well. We need to avoid the blue mistake. Worrying times for Tom Ford here. Well, he has a chance. Okay, reds are in. A couple of reds are in awkward positions when he's 45-0 behind.
He needs to conjure something here to settle himself into the match, Ken. Surprising as well, when you look at their head-to-heads, Tom Ford leads 5-0.
That was a good, excellent opening red. Well, as I said, he's got a lot of work to do here, Tom Ford. I wonder, is that red next to the right middle? Is it available? No, it's a poor shot. Really poor shot. I'm not quite sure whether he didn't play for the red beside the pink there. This is missable. Good shot, good recovery. Oh, he's got a nice angle on the green. If the red is not potable, and that's the one he's going to have a look at into the right centre, he has definitely got a nice angle on the green here. He could try and nudge it out. Well, it must be potable. He's brought the other red away from the cushion. Now you can just drop this in.
Well, he won't be panicking yet, Tom Ford, but he will be feeling pretty uncomfortable at 4-0 down. This is an important visit for the former UK Championship semi-finalist and runner-up in the Paul Hunter Classic back in 2016.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where he's gonna, after he pots this pink, where he's gonna play for the red. And it's gotta be very precise with the cue ball here. Oh, Tom. My goodness. He's trying to stun into the green, maybe have the red into the left centre, but have a look at where the cue ball's finished. Not a problem to hit the red, but once again, it's not hitting the red, it's getting it safe.
Tepchaya's in again, by the way, on a break of 49. 2-all after the mid-session interval with Matt Selt, and Matt Selt went 3-2. Tepchaya drew level at 3-all with a 1-4-5 as Jamie Jones contemplates not leaving this red on, assuming he gets out of this snooker.
Yeah, he's contemplating coming off the ball cushion. Yeah, I mean the right-hand side cushion is a lot easier to hit the red, but he's got to hit it with a lot of pace to try and get a good separation between red and cue ball. He's just trusting a bit of luck here. Well, he's gone for the delicate one, and he's played it actually quite well. But the problem about playing it like that is that he could be in trouble on his next shot. Yeah, I see. He's just given a big advantage to his opponent, and now he's got to play it off the side cushion, but it's a bit more difficult to hit now. Has he got an edge? He's looking to see if he's got an edge of the red, but it must be very tight. He's letting his opponent have a look. It's one of those situations now. It'll go back, but now does the referee, does she put it back? She's got to be pretty exact. She doesn't have the advantage of having the telestrator, where the cue ball will go back in exactly the same position. Now she's got to make a judgment call here, and how much of the red has he got of the, but he can see. I don't think he's going to play it this time. I think he's going to come off the cushion, which is fair enough. Has he got away with it? I think he has. Result.
Cheshire Unnu on his way to compiling another massive break on table 1. Playing really well after the mid-session interval, but we'll stay with this one because of the importance of this frame, perhaps, for Tom Ford, trying to get his toe in a match against a man he thus far has never lost to in 5 previous meetings. Liu Heo-chan and Dominic Dale are involved in a monstrous exchange at the end of their 4th frame. They still haven't gone to their mid-session interval yet. Heo-chan had Dominic in all sorts of trouble in a snooker. Dominic eventually managed to get out of it, but the frame is still alive at the moment. Dale trailing 2-1 against the youngster. That's over on table 8. And by the way, if you want uninterrupted coverage of tables 1 to 4, you can find that on Discovery Plus and the Eurosport app. The likes of Neil Folds and Dave Hendon, Alan McManus on commentary duties for Eurosport. We'll be looking forward to seeing them at the Crucible in a few days' time.
Well, this is an interesting one here, Rob. He's missed the red. He's left the free ball. Tom's having a look at the score. He's 21 behind. Wouldn't be a bad idea of taking the black off the cushion here and try and leave the cue ball, try and snooker Jamie Jones on the red with the blue. Because that black he's going to need, Tom Ford. He could take the blue on as the free ball, but what's the point? He's 20. Bring the black into play. Try and get a snooker on the blue over the red. I mean, even if he doesn't get the snooker, it'll still be a difficult position for Jamie Jones to get that red safe if he keeps the cue ball over the right hand side of the cushion here. So what's he gonna do? He could put him back in, of course, as well. I'd like to move that black off the cushion, try and get that into open play, particularly if I knew I might need it if I do get a chance. Yeah, somewhere with the cue ball there was cue. Be perfect.
Liu Heo-chan, by the way, has stolen that 4th frame from Dominic Dale, coming back to nick it on the black. So he leads 3-1, and they have at last gone off for their mid-session interval. Fabulous century from Cheshire Unnu on table 1. He now leads 4-3. Really high quality encounter. 7 frames played, just 2 more for them this afternoon. The second session tonight, by the way, 5 PM local time, depending on where you're watching it in the world. But let's stay with this and see whether Tom Ford can somehow wrestle this 5th frame away from Jamie Jones and give himself a toehold in the match.
Yeah, well, he's ended up potting the black, which was even better for Tom Ford. Now, one good pot here. Doesn't want to knock the yellow safe. He's having a look at the scoreboard again. He's 20 points behind. No. Oh, has he got away with it this time? I'm not quite sure whether Jamie Jones, he might be able to clip this red into the middle pocket. Has he got enough of it? I think he has, you know. Good pot, but the fact that Tom got 8 points from that last visit now, it means that Jamie Jones will need the yellow. He's 14 points ahead. Pink will be 20. So he's going to need yellow and green. So come down to that. Whoever pots the yellow gets on the green. Oh, he could could end up snooker himself here. Have a look at where the black's gone. Never ceases to amaze you what can happen on a 12-by-6 green baize, Rob.
Just when you think you've seen it all.
He'd be happy in one way that the black has gone into a safe position because he knows that Tom Ford is going to need the black. But can he hit the yellow and avoid taking the black off the cushion? That's the question here. Is there enough room off this side cushion to hit the yellow on the way down? It looks pretty tight. And if he tries to get out of the snooker, you can't see anything but knocking the black. Oh, he's going to play a roll, but oh, he's played that really well. Excellent shot. But I think he's got enough of the yellow. Tom Ford can see a little bit of the yellow. Such an important frame for Tom Ford here.
Huge couple of moments for the player from Leicester.
No, that's a poor shot, Tom. Yeah. Very poor shot. He's gifted an opportunity here for Jamie Jones. Took him right in behind the black. Good hit, and he's got it safe.
Nice tap of the table there from Jamie Jones. Michael White and Jordan Brown have resumed. So too Scott Donaldson and Alan Taylor. Scott 4-0 up. Joe O'Connor 3-1 up on Ashley Hugo. Now let's just have a quick glimpse on table 4. Stephen Mcguire coming back from the mid-session interval, 3-1 down, important frame. Joe Yulong at the table. Determined to make the Scot work extremely hard for this frame. He's almost there. .35 still on, so snooker's required, but Stephen just about over the line in this frame. Joe determined to play on. We'll come back to this. Let's just go back to table 5, Tom Ford and Jamie Jones. Oof. Tom Ford remonstrating with himself here. Desperate to finally get himself a frame after experiencing one-way traffic by the Welshman before the mid-session interval. But he just keeps coming up short in these safety exchanges.
Yeah, he had a chance there. He missed the brown into the green pocket. I think Jamie Jones, well, might have just left a bit of the brown. Now, can he get the cue ball behind the black here, Tom? Played it with lots of right-hand side. Played it very well. Don't think he's got the snooker, but good safety shot. Yeah, massive frame for Tom Ford. If he's to have any chance, you feel, you know, he's got to really win this frame. 5-0 down. It's a big lead to give away. And a best of 19. Now, will he take this brown on? It's a difficult shot. I wouldn't blame him if he played safe on it, but he went for it, and it was close. As he got away with it, is the black gonna come to his rescue?
Oh, holds his hand up there. Ken, it was close. It was very close. And the drama goes on in frame 5. It's not like he's fighting for his final chance to keep the match alive. Of course not, because it's the first to 10, not 5. But these feel like they're very important moments for Tom Ford, and he needs something to perhaps keep a lid on his frustrations.
Yeah, I think that's the, one of his Achilles heels, Tom Ford, is that he does let things get the better of him at time, particularly if it's going against him. I don't think he's going to get away with it this time, is he? Is the blue going to come to his rescue? No. So a chance for Jamie Jones. He only needs the brown. He's 15 ahead. Brown will be 19 with 18 remaining. This is for 5-0. Worrying times for Tom Ford here. Oh, well, he's missed the brown. Can you believe it? What a miss.
What a let-off for Tom Ford. He must have been sitting there thinking, I'm staring down the barrel at 5-0 here. He must capitalise on this opportunity. These are huge moments now for the 38-year-old.
Just got to avoid the pink when potting this blue. He hasn't hit this well. He's very soft with the cue ball. That was a poor shot, yeah. Now, is the pink cuttable? He might be playing it into the middle, is he? Right centre pocket, around the angles. Good pot. And it's going to come down to the black. And what a shot this would be if Tom Ford could knock this in. No. And he's going to leave it, is he? Oh, if he hits it hard enough, he might have fluked it. No, he hasn't.
Dear, oh dear. He can barely bring himself to watch. 4-0 becomes 5-0 on the black. Jamie Jones goes off for a little break. Tom Ford left with so much to think about. 4 frames left. He needs to find something and find it quickly. Dear oh dear. Just can't quite get himself in this match at the moment. So let's head over to table 1, where Matt Selt is on a break of 44. Stephen Mcguire, by the way, has taken that 5th frame, so 3-1 has become 3-2. He was comfortably across the line, but Liu Heo Chan played on for snookers, so Stephen Mcguire 3-2 down on table 4. What a sequence of breaks and exchanges we've had between Matt Selt and Tepchaya Unnu. Absolutely developing into the mouth-watering contest we hoped it would be. Penultimate frame before they break for the afternoon. 5 o'clock local time, our second session. Scott Donaldson edging his way towards a 5-0 lead over Alan Taylor. But we'll stay with this break and see if Matt Selt can get us back to 4 apiece. Dominic Dale and Liu Heo Chan still on their mid-session break, so they will be coming back as Matt Selt and Tepchaya Unnu head into their final frame. Such is the difference in the speeds. Michael White and Jordan Brown sort of in some cagey exchanges in the early stages of the 5th. 2 apiece at the mid-session interval. He looks pretty relaxed, doesn't he, Matt Selt, from his body language.
54.
Rifled the green into the heart of the pocket to come back down the table. Just coming up shy of that right knuckle. Cueing well at the moment. His face is a picture of concentration. 60. Mcguire requiring snookers, of course. 3 reds left on, so only 51 available. Beautifully judged.
61.
Beautifully judged by Matthew Selt. What a match this is turning out to be. Hope you're enjoying our Judgment Day coverage. We're going out live on the World Snooker Tour Facebook and YouTube pages, and live on the Sportsman YouTube and Facebook pages. And if you want uninterrupted coverage of the likes of Selt against Unnu on table 1, or the play on 2, 3 and 4, you can find it on Discovery Plus or the Eurosport app. So we are once again 4 apiece. Last frame left to play. That's table 1. And this is what we call the octo split. All 8 tables in view simultaneously. Let's take our pick. Well, Scott Donaldson's about to go 5-0. He's on a break of 78. Let's head over to table 2 for these exchanges between Michael White and Jordan Brown. Scott Donaldson did indeed take the 5th with a break of 96. 4-0 becomes 5-0, the same scoreline that Tom Ford trails Jamie Jones by. Well, our cut-off this afternoon is 3:30 to give everybody a little bit of a break before we come back for the climactic sessions of Judgment Day Part 1. And at the moment, depending on what happens in terms of the momentum and speed of the match, it looks as though our last encounter to finish this afternoon, or to complete their 9 frames, would be Dominic Dale against Liu Heo Chan. They have still not yet resumed
25.
after their mid-session interval, with Selt and Unnu about to embark on their last frame of the session.
26.
Yeah, you would have thought at the beginning of this morning's play that that match might be the slowest. Obviously 2 debutants potentially, of course, to get to the Crucible, so there's a little bit more sort of pressure on those 2 young lads, Ashley Hugo, Joe O'Connor. Both of them quite methodical in their play as well, so, but it's understandable, you know, it's a big match for both players. Ding Junhui is going to go 3-2 ahead. I think I'm very impressed the way Michael White has played this year. He's had some good wins under his belt, and it's good to see him getting back to some sort of form. He struggled a little bit with his
41.
mental health issues over the last few years, but it's great to see him playing somewhere near his best and on the precipice now of joining
42.
top 16 at the Crucible.
And his qualification, Ken, would indicate that he is really in fine form and full of confidence. 6-1 Fraser Patrick. 6-2 he beat the MOD. We refer to him as the Minister of Defence, Martin O'Donnell. I can't take the credit for that nickname. Was it John Parrott, or was it you, or someone in the press room? It wasn't me anyway. So he beat the MOD 6-2 and then thrashed Mark King 6-1. So Michael White has been in fine form.
Some impressive results there, haven't they? Is Martin O'Donnell, did he fall outside the 64? Is he back at Q School?
I'll check. I think he's okay just. Or was he just behind Michael Holt? I'll double check now.
Well, this is a nice break from Michael White.
60.
Let's go over to table 4. Stephen Mcguire making a rally. 3-1 down, of course, to Joe Yulong on his back in. This is a wonderful break from Michael White here.
67.
You just see him clearing up the blue and now the pink. Yeah, good stuff.
You are right. The Minister of Defence off the tour at the moment. And Michael White looks full of beans here and full of running, giving himself another slender lead over Jordan Brown. Let's go over to Stephen Maguire against Joe Yulong over on table 4. He's working very, very hard to hang on to the coattails of the 24-year-old from China.
Well, he may have spotted a plant here. 58 points in front, still 75 remaining, but this is a dangerous little shot here. If this plant doesn't go in, he's going to be bringing most of the other reds into play, so he's got to be careful here. Cue ball will be back up towards a ball colour for a little bit of insurance. Yeah, probably played it too well. Have a look at that and then try and get on a colour, but still.
Well, he's almost there, but not quite. There's still 67 available for Joe Yulong. Now, throughout our coverage of Judgment Day, across our 2 days of drama as we wait to see which of the 16 players will join the Sports Elite in the draw, 11 o'clock on Thursday morning at Betfred's headquarters, we've got a few interviews to tee up the big names who are already safely through to the Crucible. One of those is a major ranking event winner who produced one of the moments of the season when he finally won the Northern Ireland trophy on home soil in front of a baying, passionate crowd, coming back from 8-6 down against John Higgins. Let's hear from the pistol, Mark Allen.
Mark, heading into the Betfred World Championship, it's been a season with some incredible highs for you, obviously winning in your home event in Northern Ireland, and some pretty bad lows, just missing out on the bonus in Gibraltar. How do you reflect on the season?
Well, you summed it up pretty well there. Some good stuff, some bad. So, yeah, winning Belfast, obviously the highlight by far. I don't feel like I've had my best stuff this season so far. It'd be nice to end it on a high note here in Sheffield, but yeah, missing out in the bonus, obviously on countback, was harsh reality of what we do, but really, did I deserve it? I probably didn't. No, I done well in one tournament, and semis in Germany, but didn't really do enough I deserved to win it, I don't think.
How do you look in terms of the World Championship as an event? You tend to always raise your game in the big events, but perhaps the World Championship may be an exception to the rule, just that one semi-final in 2009. Why do you think that maybe hasn't quite transpired?
Yeah, I get asked this every year, and I don't know the answer. If I knew it, I would be changing something and trying to do things differently, but I don't really know. I've come up against people that have played very well at times. I've obviously played matches there in the past where I've been very, very poor. And sometimes, yeah, it's just not meant to be. I was on the wrong end of a couple of close matches a few years in a row where I felt my game was in good shape. But yeah, in general, I don't really know what I'm doing wrong, but I have to just try and stay as patient as possible. I think maybe I've wanted it too much in the past instead of trying to just let it happen. There are other tournaments throughout the season, with no disrespect to them, you go and play and try and win, whereas the world is different. You've got all the build up and you put more pressure on yourself, in your own head more than anything else. So maybe that's something I have to try and learn from.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the sort of patient side, is it a different? I mean, there's no other tournament like it really with this sort of multiple sessions. Is it a different sort of mentality when each match you're really in it for the long haul over a few sessions? I
think so. I think you have to be something possibly I haven't done well enough in the past is you have to be switched on from ball one. I'll not say which match, but I remember a match a few years ago where I maybe took it for granted I was going to win and took a few liberties at the start of the match, going for balls maybe 50 or 60 in front where I shouldn't have really, and thinking it's only first frame or second frame and a best of 19 or best of 25 will be okay type thing. But that sort of attitude comes back to haunt you. You need to be really, really sharp from ball one right the way through, and you need to get the most out of every single session. Again, that's something I haven't done well enough. Too many times I've went there and lost sessions 6-2 or 7-1, and against the very best players in the world, you can't recover from that. You need to be flawless really to have any chance to come back from that, and yeah, it's not good enough really.
What's it like at the Crucible? It's a very unique venue in terms of the fans being on top of you, and it's all quite cramped, certainly in those early stages with the two tables in. What is it like in that environment as a player? Yeah,
it's very different to any of the other tournaments because most of them you have lots of space. You feel like you don't feel the pressure of the crowd so much as you do at Sheffield because everyone's so close to you, even the ones in the back row were right on top of you. It's that sort of compact a venue, but yeah, it just adds different pressures than the other tournaments bring. The only downside of Sheffield is they can't really expand with what they have. You look at how good a job they've done at the Masters in the last few years. I'm not quite sure they can do that at Sheffield, and I've been a big advocate of keeping snooker in Sheffield, but maybe it's time we look further afield.
And when in terms of getting used to that environment with the fans being on top of you, I remember I spoke to John Higgins and he was talking about how much he struggled on his first trip to the Crucible, even though he was going there probably as one of the favourites for the tournament. Have you noticed when you play players who are maybe making their debut there that they can sometimes get overawed by how different it all is?
I think for any debutant it can be like the polar opposites. That they can either just find it amazing and buzz off the tree, or you can fall flat in your face and really struggle. I think in my experience playing debutants, they've actually been the latter. They've actually made it really difficult for me. They've settled in very early and they've really enjoyed the experience. And I was the same my first time. I loved every single moment of it. I couldn't believe how compact it was. I felt like I was going to hit someone in the front row with my shots, but in general I loved every minute. So I think you have to go there and try and enjoy it and not think too much of the occasion. And just to recap on your season a little bit, looking back at that evening in Belfast when you got over the line against John Higgins in the final, what was that moment like for you, especially going into that deciding frame? What were the emotions like? Yeah, it was strange on the night because obviously you know what I've been like in years gone by in Belfast. I've been a nervous wreck, but I felt okay in that final. I felt better and better as the week went on, and the best I felt in the entire match was in the decider, which is a great thing to have. People would normally go the other way around, but I felt like when I got my chance at the end that I was going to clear up, and it's a nice feeling to be able to know that you can do that when it means so much, because obviously World Championship aside, there's no doubt that obviously winning at home meant everything to me.
What was the atmosphere like for you? Were you able to sort of block it out, or do you just have to fully embrace it and take it all in?
I was trying to block it out, but you can't help but get involved in it. At times, I was able to appreciate how much they were on my side, but they were very fair at the same time. I remember sitting in my seat at 8-6 down, and I remember thinking, this isn't quite the way I wanted to go out, if I was going to go out, because John had dominated the previous 3 or 4 frames and hadn't really got a shot. I didn't feel like I was imposing myself at the end of the match, but I dug in really well. Won a good 15th frame, got 8-7, then you fancy the job again. So to be able to do that with everything that was going on emotionally and with the crowd, so much behind me, I think that should stand me in good stead going back there year on year.
And finally, just looking ahead to the Crucible, we've spoken about how you've maybe struggled in the past there. How do you feel heading into Sheffield this year?
I'm probably going in sort of not one of the favourites. I haven't had my best stuff this season, I'll be honest. I've been practicing really hard, I just haven't shown it really in my performances, so maybe that'll help me. Too many years I've been going there on the back of some really good form and sort of fell flat on my face. So it'd be nice to go in there, probably not as much pressure on me as normal, and see what that brings. And
is there a little bit of extra excitement going there? We've had those 2 years where it's been a bit horrible, really, but with behind closed doors and partial crowds, it's all back to normal now. How exciting is that?
Yeah, it'll be good to get back there and experience the full crowd again, because that's when it gets very, very special.
Well, Mark Allen there, one of the great performers of the modern game, one of the brilliant break builders. Ken, that win against his good friend John from 8-6 down was one of the moments of the season, wasn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. A fantastic win. And, it's never easy playing in front of your home crowd as well, because you want it so much. He probably wants that title just as much as he wanted a World Championship title. So it adds a little bit of pressure, the home support. It can give you a great lift, but it can add that bit of pressure. So the fact that he came through that with flying colours against John Higgins, one of the greats of the that's ever played, that should be enough confidence for Mark Allen to really go on now and win more titles. It just hasn't happened for him. He sort of peaks and troughs and very inconsistent, but when he's on his game, he can beat anybody. There's no doubt about that. And I think if he got a first couple of wins at the Crucible early, he could be a real danger to any of the top players for sure.
Yeah, because when you look at his record, when he's on, he is phenomenal. You and I were at the Champion of Champions a couple of years ago, where he beat the world number 1, 2 and 3 en route to the title. And from that point, you thought he was going to kick on for the rest of the campaign, but then he was tinkering with his cue and kind of went into his shell again. He just needs to start strongly, doesn't he? And then that momentum you would hope would build, because you'd imagine that with a player of his quality, you would have expected him to reach the single table setup more often than he has.
Absolutely, yeah. But a lot of players have struggled at the Crucible. I know Neil Robertson has won it there, but he has struggled in other years. He hasn't been back to the final since he won it, which is a prize. But he's going to be a big favourite this year. But Mark Allen is one of those players. He has the pedigree. There's no doubt about it. And it's a matter of just, as he said, you got to be focusing right from ball one. And even though they're long frame matches, you cannot take liberties no matter who you're playing. And you got to be zoned in, and you have to embrace what the Crucible throws at you. And I think he's a big time player, and it's only a matter of time before he plays his best at the Crucible. But he's going to have to, because there's so many other guys who are playing their best as well, that he's going to win the title, he's going to have to come through some really, really tough matches.
There's no doubt he would be one of the most popular winners if he can replicate what he did on home soil in Belfast. So Mark Allen's already in Thursday's draw at 11 o'clock, and we have already reached the halfway stage in one of our matches. Matt Selt against Tepchire Unnu. And Matt ensured it is he who goes in to this afternoon's, well, it's a decent break for them. What are we, 1:30? And they won't be coming back until 5 p.m. A match of real quality, exchanging centuries between them. Matt Selt has never lost to Tepchire Unnu. 7-0 he leads their head-to-heads, and he has withstood a great fight back from Tepchire Unnu, who's produced some great centuries, not least of which is 145. But that was a moment or two ago when they shook hands. Matt Selt with a 1-frame advantage before they come back at 5 o'clock. Meanwhile, Alan Taylor still seeking his first frame of the afternoon. against Scott Donaldson. Donaldson hoping to make it back to the Crucible. Beat Lu Ning 10-9 on Judgment Day and then lost to Kyron Wilson 10-4 on his previous visit, but he's got a very, very commanding lead over Alan Taylor here. Biggest match of Taylor's life, Ken, without any question.
Oh yeah, without any doubt. And it was always going to be a tough match for him against Scott Donaldson. You know, he's been to the Crucible before, you know. That's what it's all about. Alan Taylor, as I talked about, that wonderful win against Ricky Walden. Give him great confidence, but he just hasn't settled just yet. And winning this, if he can win this frame, his first frame of the session, well then, you know, he's got something to try and salvage from the session. 5-0 down. If he could get even to 6-3, well, that, oh, has it gone wrong? He should have gone the other side. He should have kissed into the right hand side of the red for the red into the bottom left hand corner pocket. That would have been a better shot. I don't think he's on this red. So mistake from Alan Taylor. Needed a full ball cannon, sort of caught it quarter ball on the left hand side. Yeah, needs to get this safe. Needs to go past the green just about, but he might be just, oh, I think he's, well, has he got the snooker? I don't think it's a full ball snooker. I think you can see a little bit of the red. I wonder, can he just push the red to the right hand side cushion and cue ball to the left hand side cushion? I think that's what he tried to do, but he's still got a, he doesn't have a full ball snooker, but I don't think Alan Taylor can pot this red into the right centre. He's having a good look at it. Well, is he on it? Is he on it? Pretty tight. He was on it, you know. Now, what a chance, Alan Taylor. Needs to hold himself together here. So 10 points behind. He'll only need up to and including the pink. But nice position to be in. He's a good bit behind in this frame. Didn't get into the cue ball as much as he would have liked there. Wanted to be straighter on the screen. Big moment for Alan Taylor here, just to get the first frame on the board, try and settle himself down into the match. Cue ball needs to travel, or he can land straight on the blue. That's not too bad. So blue and pink required for your first frame. Well played, Alan Taylor. He'll be very relieved to put those few balls and get his first frame on the board. Yeah, well done. 6-0. You would have thought the match was almost in the bag for Scott Donaldson, but these few frames before the session takes a break, if you can try and salvage another couple of frames, he'd be well back in the match. Okay. Now back over to Joe O'Connor and Ashley Hugo. On table 6. Wasn't easy, that. Almost dead straight. Yeah, 13 points ahead, so. Could try and pot this red and play for yellow. It's not that difficult, just to leave the cue ball just directly behind the yellow here. Take this red on into the bottom right corner pocket. No. Both these players vying for the first time at the Crucible. So a big match for both. You can understand the pressure. As I said, it's probably why this match has taken so long. It's only played 4 frames. 9 frames played with Matt Selt and Tep Choya. That was always going to be a quick game, particularly with Tep Choya and the speed he plays with. I think he can cut this red into the middle. He certainly can. Now needs to avoid a kiss on the pink. Didn't want that. It's not too bad, but I don't think he can get close to the yellow if he does pot the pink, unless he tries to disturb it. 14 points ahead. He could try and dig into the cue ball here, take the pink on and try and knock the yellow over the corner pocket. I think he has an angle that he can make connection with the yellow and potting this pink. It's not easy. Well, decided to put the pink and blues. Pink safe next to the blue, but I'm not quite sure whether that was the right shot. 14 points ahead. May turn out to be the right shot if Joe O'Connor leaves the yellow up, but coming off the ball cushion, lots of the left hand side. He's got to hit this with, dig down into the cue ball, lots of left hand side here to just to create the angle. Yeah, good shot. Let's go over to table 4 because this looks like it's going to go on this frame a little bit longer. Let's see what's happening on table 4. Stephen Mcguire against Joe Yulong. This has been a really top quality match as well. 3 apiece at the moment. Stephen Mcguire was 3-1 down.
Stephen has shown no lack of character and composure early on in this match. I was a little bit disappointed with that one. This was always going to be quite a tense encounter, I think. Joe Yulong, quarter-finalist at the British Open. Last 16 the German Masters, Turkish Masters. Stephen made the quarterfinals of the Scottish and the World Grand Prix, but hasn't had a great season apart from that. And not so long ago he dropped to outside the world's top 40 because he had that £150,000 coming off his 2-year rolling list. I remember when he won the Tour Championship, beating his good friend Mark Allen behind closed doors when we were all living in that bubble in Milton Keynes. But when that money came off, Stephen dropped considerably, although on the provisional rankings, having secured his £15,000 for beating Zhang Jin Kang, he's now back up inside the world's top 32. And I suppose there's two ways of looking at those sudden drops. If you're trying to look at it from a cup half full perspective, Stephen Mcguire has very little to defend over the coming years. So it's not inconceivable if he starts to click again that he could move back up the rankings quite quickly.
Funny story about, I think, Tom Ford. Someone asked him about winning the World Championship. He says, well, I don't think I'd like to win that because in 2 years' time you'd have a lot of money coming off your rankings. I thought it was a classic. And that was typical Tom Ford, isn't it? He always looks on the bright side of things and not.
Now that is a cup half empty.
Without a shadow of a doubt, yeah.
Don't give me that $500,000, the tax bill will kill me.
There was another story, another player who qualified for the Crucible. I won't mention his name, but he said it must be great. He said you're guaranteed like 20,000 like for getting to the Crucible. He says, well, not really, because more than likely, he said, the wife will be looking for a new car.
Well, you can always think of ways to spend it.
Yeah, at least you have it to spend. I think that's the...
Yeah.
That's a good problem to have.
Yeah,
eh?
I agree. It does make it interesting, though, doesn't it? When you're looking at those battles for world #1 spot, yeah, when you've got that $500,000 coming off, players, can suddenly drop to 4th or 5th or probably even lower in the world if they've been riding high on the top of the rankings. And speaking of which, where do you think it sits in Ronnie O'Sullivan's list of achievements that he's back to world #1 at the age of 46? Isn't that quite something?
Oh, yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, yeah. I don't think he sort of thinks about it too much being world #1, but it's certainly a nice feather in his cap for sure. I think what O'Sullivan will be vying for, obviously, is his 7th World Championship this year at the Crucible. I think he's got as good a chance as anybody. I think probably playing himself, John Higgins and Neil Robertson are playing the best snooker this year for sure. And yeah, it could be, it wouldn't surprise me if he did it this year, Ronnie. Neil Robertson obviously big favourite. Oh, well, he was up off the chair, or up off the table there. He thought the blue was in. Bad miss from Joe Yulong. Yeah, but I think Neil Robertson will be a big favourite going into this year's World Championship. But Ronnie O'Sullivan, for me, is playing extremely well. Probably just behind Neil Robertson this season. John Higgins close third.
And look at how well Neil had to play to beat Ronnie in that decider in the Tour Championship semi-final in Llandudno a few days ago. Well, a week or so ago.
Amazing.
That was an incredible win by Neil Robertson. But it's funny, isn't it? He was 4-all in last year's Tour Championship final against Ronnie and won 6 frames on the spin and arrived at the Crucible with all of us thinking this has got to be Neil Robertson's year. and he came out for the third session of his quarter-final against Kyron Wilson at 8-all and didn't win a frame.
Yeah.
And Kyron beat him 13-8. So even though he has obviously climbed the Crucible Mountain in 2010, it's a long time ago now for a player of Neil's class, and sometimes he does arrive in fantastic form, and yet for some reason it doesn't quite click for him in Sheffield.
Yeah, I think sometimes it can, if he keeps talking about it, it gets in his head about not liking the Crucible, or think it's too cramped and stuff like that, and it sort of he has negative thoughts before he even gets there. So I think he's got to get rid of that and just try and embrace it. And but yeah, it hasn't worked out for him in previous years, but he's been there. He has the, as I said, he's a bit like, you know, he's done it more the T-shirt, so he knows what it's all about. But he hasn't done it for a long, long time, so it'll be interesting to see how he's going to cope this year. But yeah, I think he's playing fantastic snooker. He's been brilliant all year. He's won 4 tournaments, so it's going to be very difficult to stop. He's full of confidence. And beating John Higgins from 9-4 down, well, he'll feel on top of the moon going to the Crucible this year. Hard to see by him. But Ronnie O'Sullivan, as I said, I've been very impressed with him, and indeed with John Higgins. And I just wonder, and I hope, and I don't think it will do, I just hope that that loss in the final won't affect John Higgins too much, that he's strong mentally enough to put it to the back of his mind and sort of eradicate those demons from such a, you know, positive position to end up being on the wrong end of the result.
Well, I said to you before we came on air, I mean, going out to interview both of them after that final in Llandudno, I honestly wasn't sure whether John would be able to say anything. In the end, I think he spoke with really good grace, and my recollection of it is that I only asked him one question because it was all that was needed, and he just said, well, you know, there are bigger things in the world going on at the moment than losing a snooker match. But despite the fact that he spoke so magnanimously, it will surely be in the back of his mind.
Yeah, without doubt. But he'll have those few weeks to get over it and get back on the practice table and forget about it and look forward to it. He's won it 4 times at the Crucible, so he loves it there, and that makes a big difference. And Joe Yulong needing one 4-point snooker.
Lorenzo, would it even be a day of snooker if I didn't go to the chippy for chips and curry sauce? Well, we're glad you're enjoying it, whatever your chosen lunch or dinner. I don't know about you, Ken. If there's any option at all, it's got to be gravy and cheese with those chips. Forget about curry sauce. What about you?
Oh, I don't know. I like the curry sauce now myself. Not a gravy man, but the curry sauce. Or what about the mushy peas? That's what I like. Chips and mushy peas. You can't beat that. Fish and chips. Yeah, yeah. Not a gravy man. Gravy with Sunday roast, but not with the old chips and fish. It's got to be mushy peas.
Well, do you know where I first experienced, and you've probably done some exhibitions there, I guess, over the years. The place I first discovered chips and gravy was on a university sports tour to the Isle of Man. I'd never heard of having gravy with chips, and I went to this takeaway van after a fairly lively evening, and the guy said, would you like gravy and cheese with your chips? And I sort of looked at him with a blank expression and went, oh, yeah, okay then. Absolutely phenomenal. I am sold. Chips, cheese and gravy. That would be my choosing. But anyway, Lorenzo, you crack on and enjoy your chips and curry sauce. And if you need to pop out again, just a little reminder, we're back at 5 o'clock for the conclusion of these matches. 16 players vying for 8 spots in Thursday morning's draw at Betfred's headquarters. John Parrott will be there to draw out the balls. It's usually Fred Doan, the boss of Betfred, or 1 or 2 other dignitaries. Ivan Hershevitz has got his car on the starting blocks, ready to drive us over the tops. All to come.
It's always exciting, isn't it, when the draw comes out as well? You know, who gets who in the draw. I suppose the seeds are already designated. They can't be changed, so we'll know which seeds are going to meet who in the second round if should they get through.
Yes, I mean, would you agree, Ken? It's been a fascinating year because we've had the old guard, if you like, with people like John getting to 5 finals, Neil winning a whole hatful of titles, Ronnie beating Neil for the World Grand Prix. But we've also had, for the first time, I think in professional snooker history, 5 first-time ranking event winners in a single season. Would you say that this is the most open World Championship we've ever had, or is your instinct that the old guard will once again rise to the fore over the longer frame format?
Yeah, I don't think I mean, well, of the guys who have won the tournaments this year, the new guys that have won. I mean, Feng Zhengzhi, he's not going to be in it, is he? Who else can we talk of that has won rankings? So Robert Milkins, well, he's involved tomorrow, which was a fantastic result for him and amazing. Joe Perry, of course, he wasn't a first-time winner, but a second ranking winner, but he won't be at the Crucible. I think it's going to be the old guard still. I think you're going to have the Robertson, Higgins, O'Sullivan, even Mark Williams that we spoke about. Mark Allen is up there. Corin Wilson. Mark Selby, that nobody's been talking about at all. You know, defending champion, 4-time winner. It's going to be interesting to see what sort of game he's going to bring to the Crucible because he hasn't played in the last few months.
Yes, Mark's sort of stepped away a little bit. Everybody hopes he has got all the help he requires, and such a fine ambassador for our sport. And he will be introduced at 10 o'clock Saturday morning as the reigning defending Betfred World Snooker Champion. What a final that was between he and his good friend Sean Murphy last year. I mean, Sean played so well in that match, and it almost got very, very, very tight at the end.
It certainly did, yeah. Jamie Jones just gone 7-0 up against Tom Ford. Wow. What the scoreline that is.
That's a nightmare for Tom Ford, especially bearing in mind Tom Ford leads their head-to-heads 5-0. David Lilly, by the way, is on a break of 45, 3-all with Ding Junhui. Remember, Ding started with, what was it, a 1-3-7? He was on absolutely superb form, the 14-time ranking event winner. Let's see whether the reigning World Seniors Champion, who'll be hoping to successfully defend his crown a couple of days after the end of the World Championship, the World Professional Championship, I guess we could call it. What a great response this has been from David Lilly. Without question, this is the biggest match of his life.
Yeah, well, I think he's held himself together very, very well indeed. I mean, I think Ding was 1-10 in this match in the bookmakers. So, it certainly wasn't never a 1-10 shot against David Lilly. And he's really putting it up to Ding here. Interesting. A couple of last frames after this one. You were fairly should win the frame from here. 60 points ahead. 75 left. Red colour red will be enough.
Couple of 4-3s to bring you up to speed with. Stephen Mcguire now 4-3 up against Joe Yulong. Jordan Brown 4-3 up on Michael White. Matt Selt already off having a break, 5-4 up against Tepchaya Unnu. They will resume on table 1 at 5 o'clock. And Scott Donaldson has a 54-point lead, looking to go 6-1 up against Alan Taylor. But what a visit this is proving to be for David Lilley. Well, that would have woken a few people up.
He never make a goalkeeper, that referee.
Andy Yates, little case of butterfingers. David Lilley still laughing.
Well, 68 points behind Ding Junhui, only 59 remaining, so I don't blame him coming to the table here.
Well, I wonder whether David's concentration was broken by that little slip up from Andy Yates. Liu Heo Chan, by the way, 5-1 up on Dominic Dale. The fairy tale for the spaceman is beginning to look like it might be quite far away. Hoping to make it 10 Crucible appearances, 8 years after he last made it there, but he's 5-1 down. Some big deficits being accrued on a couple of these tables. Jamie Jones 7-0 up on Tom Ford. Scott Donaldson closing in on 6-1 up on Alan Taylor, and Liu Heo Chan 5-1 up on Dominic Dale.
Yeah, a couple of surprising score lines for sure. I mean, Tom Ford, much more successful of the two players, and of course the head-to-heads as well. But 7-0 down. Wow. We talked about Jamie Jones, how much he loves playing the World Championship, you know, and how well he's done at the Crucible. And yeah, it's obviously a tournament that he raised his game for.
Never say never from 7-0 down, but that's an absolute mountain for Tom Ford to climb. What a fabulous response this has been from David Lilley, because early on, Ken, this had the makings of a match that could have been extremely one-sided.
Yeah, well, when we saw Ding Junhui go 2-0 up, we started off with a century, as you said, in the very first frame, followed it up by another sizable contribution, one visit frame in frame 2, and we thought that was it. Ding Junhui was just going to fire away off into the distance, but not the case. David Lilley's had some impressive wins already in this championship, so he's obviously playing well, and he's definitely putting it up to Ding Junhui here.
I had a long chat with him at the World Seniors UK, that is, in January, up at the Bonus Arena in Hull. I think we're back there for the next edition next January. He was talking about what a big decision it was. He had a really good, well-established job with an insurance company, and he's obviously got, you know, responsibilities at home, a family to provide for, and he and his wife decided it was worth him having a go full-time, and they said, look, we'll try and keep the job open for you as long as we possibly can. And so far, I don't think he's regretted that decision for a single second. He might go back to that job, he said, but he would have never forgiven himself if he'd not put all of his energies into snooker, at least for a couple of years.
Absolutely. I think it's a good idea to at least give it a go, and then if it doesn't work out, at least you can say that you tried it. Look at that for a shot. What a cracking red that was. And that clear evidence of how well he's cueing.
Well, in a way, Ken, I guess, of course, he would absolutely love to make it to the Crucible, but he's under no pressure in this match. Ding Junhui will be the favourite. Everybody would expect the 14-time ranking event winner and World Championship finalist to beat David Lilley. In getting this far, David has already replicated the £15,000 that he won for winning the World Seniors title. So any more money from this will be the largest payday he's had from a single tournament, plus the opportunity to go to the Crucible and take on a big name and walk down those stairs. So he's psychologically, if he approaches this in the right way, and he appears to have done, judging by the manner of his comeback from 2-0 down, he's in a great position here. Can loosen his arm, savour every second, and have a go.
Absolutely. He's doing very well here indeed. Let's go over to table 8, will we? And let's see how Liu Haoshan is doing against Dominic Dale. Looks like he's in amongst the balls. There he is. He's not qualified for the Crucible before, has he, Liu Haoshan? Or maybe he did 1 year, did he?
It's surprising that he made the last 16 in 2018. He beat Marco Fu 10-5 and then lost to Barry Hawkins 13-10. And he played and lost to Mark Allen last year. So he's actually bidding for his 3rd Crucible. But I also, when I started doing the notes for the match, I also didn't think he'd been at the Crucible. But he's been around a little while for somebody still so young. He's only 24. He beat Su Ji 6-4 and then Lu Ning 6-3. Had a break of 119 in that one. So he's beaten 2 of his compatriots to get to this.
Yeah, he started with the player as
match.
well. He sort of goes a bit quiet, doesn't he, during the season? He might get 1 result in a tournament and then, you know, you don't see him then for another few. He's overhit that. But he's gone well here, 5-1 up, 32-point lead.
Well, and as if to back you up on that analysis, Ken, about him going missing, he's had 7 first-round defeats on the tour this year. And here he is with an opportunity to make it through to a 3rd Crucible. Last 16 in Northern Ireland, so he had a good performance early on in the season. Beat Ali Carter and Mark King and then lost to Mitchell Mann. And then lost to the eventual Gibraltar Open champion, Rob Milkins. But other than that, he has gone missing for large parts of this season. And this run has been an important one because his official ranking is 64. But as a result of the 15,000 that he's got for getting this far, another 5 added for those who make it to the Crucible, he's up. Provisionally, he's up to 47 in the world. So he needed a couple of decent wins here to ensure he stayed on the tour, and he's got them. And he's given himself an opportunity to make it a hat-trick of Crucible appearances here. Dominic needs to find something here because this match is in the process of slipping away.
This could be a big shot for Dominic Dale here. Oh. Oh, he's got a red into the right centre. He's got this red. It's cuttable into the left corner. I think he's going to go with the red in the right centre. I think if he pots this and gets on the black, it should be 6-1. Yeah, nice shot. So Dominic in big trouble.
Well, it would be a great fairy tale story for Dominic Dale. Flourishing into his 50s, but time and tide waits for no man. And he knows better than anyone that young players may be respectful of what their older peers have achieved, but Liu Heo Chan has got ambitions of his own. Tasted victory at the Crucible before, first round victory that is, and he's desperate to get back there and give himself another opportunity. Indian Open runner-up in 2019, 3 times a ranking event semi-finalist, and still only 24. He is in unforgiving mood this afternoon against the Spaceman. Dominic needing snookers now, so Liu Heo Chan will just want to unequivocally turn the screw in this frame. 6-1, the same margin Scott Donaldson is currently enjoying over Alan Taylor. Michael White 24 points up.
22.
Against Jordan Brown, trailing 4-3. Penultimate frame of their session. Dominic just double checking the scoreboard. Only 51 left on. Realising he needs to grasp any lifeline he can. But then he gives a little nod, and the frame has been conceded, so 6-1 it is to Liu Heo Chan. Little glimpse there of Olivier Martial. He'll be overseeing the final. Well, there are the names of the players who made it through Judgment Day Part 1 and 2 last year. Sam Craigie, such a cool, calm, relaxed character. Ricky Walden, well, he won't be there this time. He might finish the season in the world's top 16. Jamie Jones looks very likely to be back there for a second successive year. 7-0 up against Tom Ford. Matt Seltz, 5-4 up against Tepchaya Unnu, bidding for his 4th appearance at the Crucible. I remember how delighted he was last year. Liam Highfield still just in with a shout of doing so again. He won a re-rack in the final frame decider against James Cahill late last night. Stuart Bingham had to come through qualifying. He was a real bogeyman name. Martin Gould was 4-1 up on Ashley Hugo in the penultimate round for the qualifiers, but lost that 6-5, and it's Hugill who's battling against Joe O'Connor to make it through. So quite a few of these names have made it, but many of them not in the mix, not in the draw on Thursday at 11 o'clock. Michael White edging towards levelling up the scores with 1 frame left to play between them. Tricky position from which to extricate himself there, and he's missed that one. Jordan Brown knows the importance of this frame, and he knows how much it would hurt if he could somehow find a way back into it and steal it from Michael White. He'd guarantee himself a lead before they come back at 5 o'clock. Nicely done by the Welshman. One all, the head-to-head between these two. Michael White beat Jordan Brown. In the German Masters earlier this year, it was 5-4. So it always had the makings of a tight, tense encounter, this one, and that's how it's developing at the moment as they edge towards the halfway stage of this encounter. Joe O'Connor still 3-2 up on Ashley Hugo. That one between the two would-be debutants is getting very, very tense and tight, as we may have expected. One red remaining, so 35 still on. Jordan Brown absolutely still in this frame. Looking for the snooker. Ding Junhui's on a little early break of 20 in the 8th. David Lilley 4-3 up in that one. And Liu Heo Chan is on a break of 20. And we've just seen him go 6-1 ahead against Dominic Dale. So the Spaceman's afternoon could be about to get even worse.
It's a bit dangerous, this, for Jordan Brown. He's got to just roll up to the red. He can't hit it too hard for fear of potting the black. Well, he obviously wasn't listening to me. It's going to cost him the frame. Yeah, he had to really roll up to it. 43 points now, the possible free ball.
Free ball.
Yeah, it is a free ball, so that's definitely going to cost him the frame. The frame is conceded, so Michael White takes it.
4 all, 1 left to play. This one was almost destined to get tight. Now, if you've been watching our various judgment days over the years, you may be familiar with the work of a brilliant animator called Ben, a massive snooker fan who lives out in Greece. And he put together for us a series of what he called the Crucible Chronicles. And you may recognise the voice and the face that we're about to hear from.
When I played the late great Alex Higgins, who was my hero, who inspired me to take up snooker and play snooker and want to be a professional and try and win the World Championship, I was the last player to actually play Alex Higgins at the Crucible. And I was a little bit nervous because when you play Alex Higgins, you don't know what to expect. He's fidgeting in his chair. He was a little bit inebriated, as you might say. And as the match wore on, he got very jittery and argumentative with the referee, John Williams. And at one stage told John Williams to stand on his left-hand side. And John Williams says, "No, Alex, I've been standing here all day. I'm not in your line of sight." And Higgins replied, "You're not in my line of sight, John. You're in my line of thought." And I thought it was one of the greatest lines that I've ever heard. But I don't know what he meant by it. But it was a tough match. I ended up winning in the end. But it was sort of a hollow victory because here was my hero. It was the last time that he ever played at the Crucible, and I beat him. It was just great to play the great man in such an auspicious tournament and such a wonderful place as the Crucible.
Great memories there, Ken.
Yeah.
And I guess even in the heat of that moment, you must have been sitting there pinching yourself thinking, am I actually playing Alex Higgins here at the Crucible? I bet you can remember moments of that match as if they were yesterday.
No, absolutely, yeah. I mean, playing... when I saw Higgins win in '82, I wanted to be a professional. I saw him play on Pop Black a little bit before that, but when I saw him play in '82 and win it, I mean, it was one of the most iconic moments in the sport. And then, of course, Dennis win it in '85. But Higgins was always my favourite. He's what drew me to the game. And to play him at the Crucible, and he was nerve-wracking to play against because he was so fidgety, and he brought in a lot of electricity to the snooker table and to the crowd as well. And the crowd were always behind him, so it was always difficult playing him. But it was such an amazing atmosphere and buzz playing him, and to play him at the Crucible was quite special. Yeah, but as I said there, he was at the end of his career, and it wasn't the victory that I would have hoped for, but it was still it was always great to play him.
The late, great Alex Higgins, and this won't be the last time his name is mentioned before the trophy is lifted very early on in May. Right, a quick recap on the scores of who's who and where's where just before we head to our break, which might come around 3 or 3:30. Well, Matt Selt and Tepchaya Unnu have been trading centuries all afternoon. They finished around about an hour or so ago, I think. They've been rattling through their encounter. Michael White has just drawn level against Jordan Brown, so there'll be no more than a frame in it as they play their 9th and final frame of the afternoon. David Lilley, absolutely superb comeback against Ding Junhui. Ding raced to a 2-0 lead and looked like it could be a real one-sided affair, that one, but the reigning World Seniors champion has played really well from 2-0 down. Stephen Mcguire was 3-1 down at one stage against Joe Yulong. That is such a tight match, but Stephen Mcguire has played brilliantly and ensures he will be in front. And remember, he'll be coming back tonight, trying to make it through to a 19th consecutive Crucible appearance. Tom Ford has finally got a frame on the board from 7-0 down. It's 7-1. It's a nightmare scenario, but could he give himself some kind of glimmer by going in 7-2? Their last frame has just begun. Joe O'Connor and Ashley Hugo, the battle of the would-be debutantes. That was always going to be tight. There's nothing in it. Could well be the slowest of our matches this afternoon. As I said, we'll stay here until 3:30, and then we will have to go off and have some kind of break and sustenance before coming back for the concluding sessions at 5. Scott Donaldson and Liu Heo Chan both have very, very commanding 6-1 leads over Alan Taylor and Dominic Dale. That's how it stands at the moment. Judgment Day Part 1. And what great value from the point of view of those who have paid their fees to come and watch a whole array of talented players. We've got a whole mix. Former winners, finalists, first-timers, amateurs, the whole works. Now, this is Scott Donaldson. 6-1 up against Alan Taylor. And he's absolutely drilled that red into the heart of the pocket, hoping to finish the session as commandingly as he started it. Let's head over to table 3. David Lilley and Ding Junhui. Important frame this for Ding because David Lilley has got his nose in front, so this is an opportunity for Ding to re-establish his momentum, having seen a few frames go the way of his opponent.
Well, he's in here. He's got a nice chance. A few reds around the pink are available, and also the black is available into the right corner pocket as well. So it's a type of a position that you'd expect Ding Junhui to win from here. Already 38-point lead established. Yeah, as I said, he was a 1-10 shot, Ding Junhui, at the beginning of this match. And it just shows you, you know, these matches, they're all pretty close. Doesn't matter who you are, what sort of reputation you have. It's a nervy one, this match. It's one of the probably most nerve-wracking matches that you might ever play. And it's been put to the test, Ding Junhui, this morning so far. It's only another few balls away from squaring things up once again, 4-all. But it's been a quality match, really good match play, some good breaks. And could go very, very close tonight, this match. Yeah, he's got a perfect a little cannon on the red when potting this black, so it'll be on the red just below the black to the right, into the right corner. Nice shot. Yeah. Just made sure the black there. He's always going to be on this red into left corner, so pot this, and this is virtually frame ball. Interesting last frame coming up between those two, Rob. I think, you know, just to get a little lead going into tonight's session. I know it's only one frame, but it's still very, very important, the fact that you've won the session. I think all these players, when they're starting out in this morning's session, if they can, you know, 5-4 or better, but at least have a lead, you know, just to say that you got the better of your opponent this morning, and loads to look forward to tonight.
Well, and the way David Lilley has come back into this match against Ding, I think Ding would bite your hand off for a 5-4 if indeed he is able to take the last of the session. A great work from David Lilley to not panic in the early stages of this match when he could see that his opponent had arrived in crisp, confident mood. Well, worrying signs in the first couple of frames, but no problem. Tom Ford, by the way, is on a little break of 17 at the beginning of their last frame. Ashley Hugo is on a break of 31. When this is over, we'll dip across to the match on table 6 between Joe O'Connor and Ashley Hugo. So, even Stevens, one left to play between Ding Junhui and David Lilley, the 14-time ranking event winner, taking on the reigning world seniors champion. Now, what about this for an absolute nail-biter? Joe O'Connor and Ashley Hugo. A lot of work to do before they start contemplating their break. And actually, I wonder, the closer we get, I know it's coming, you know, we're only at what, 25 past 4, but you know, the longer this takes, the shorter the gap between sessions, and the more the fatigue might start to play a part for these guys as they edge towards the end of the match tonight.
Yeah, certainly will play a part, all right. You can understand the pressure that both players are under, and I mean, they are methodical players. They don't play at a very, very quick pace in any way, so it was always going to be a tight enough affair. And this is a huge match for both players, so you don't mind them taking that bit extra time. And play that nicely. Perfect on the red into the corner. Nice break at 45. Might try and go up for blue here. He could play for black as well, but I like to play for the blue here. You got a big target off the blue. Didn't get high enough on the blue as he would have liked, but one of these reds to the right of the pink may be potable into the right corner pocket, so just having a look at that. I think the outside one will pot. So blue will put him 58 ahead. He's still going to need a red colour red, at least, to guarantee the frame.
58.
He's never got anywhere near this close to making it to the Crucible before. The 27-year-old. Last year, he beat Aaron Hill and then lost to Sam Craigie. This is the biggest single tournament payday of his career, the £15,000, which could become 20 should he successfully navigate his way past Joe O'Connor. But O'Connor's got a few battle scars here. He's been in Judgment Day before, 3 years ago, when he lost 10-6 to Tepchaya Unnu. And he's been beaten in the last 80, as it were, the last 2 years. But he's been unfortunate on both those occasions because he's lost to Kurt Mafflin, who then went on to make the quarters, beating John Higgins in the last 16, and also losing to Rob Milkins on both occasions, 6-5. So O'Connor's got the experience and the battle scars from qualification and specifically from Judgment Day. As Ashley Hugo has never been this close, so he doesn't have any losing scars to accompany that. But it's absolutely huge for both of them. Biggest match of their lives.
I think scars is the appropriate word there. Ooh.
.67 still on. O'Connor chasing the snooker and chasing the frame.
Yeah, let's have a look at table 5 here. We got Jamie Jones playing Tom Ford. Tom Ford was in last frame of the session. Here we go. Now. He's 55 behind, so Tom Ford. It's a must-win frame, this, of course, Tom Ford. One red and a high-value colour will be enough. He's got the bit of insurance of that red being on the left-hand side cushion, so good pot. And he's on the black. Doesn't have to do much, just pot the black. 63 ahead then with 59 remaining. Oh, he's missed the black. Well, would you believe it? He was up off the shot before he even finished. The cue ball stopped rolling.
And that pretty much sums up the afternoon for Tom Ford, especially if Jamie Jones can come back here and steal the frame. There were 4 reds on,
yeah,
so 59 available.
And it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, he even has an angle on the black here. He could knock this safe red into play if he wishes. Doesn't have to. Could play for the 2 loose reds. As it travelled. Oh, Jamie. Short of pace. Yeah, he had a big margin of error there as well.
David Lilly on a break of 41, by the way, hoping to take that last frame of the session against Ding Junhui, who's just done so well to level things up at 4 apiece, having trailed 4-3. But let's stay with this for now.
Yeah, good pot on the red, and because he had to hold for pink or blue. Yeah, he's had a quick look at the scoreboard, so
50.
he's 41 behind, so he can afford one pink and one black. That will be 42 to win by 1. Nice angle on the black here. Oh, trying to hold it, and I think that's going to cost him. So it's going to be 7-2 to Jamie Jones as opposed to 8-1, but it gives Tom Ford some sort of slight, and I'm mean very, very slight outside chance, but very hard to see anybody coming back from 7-2 in a best of 19. The handshakes go down. Jamie Jones says thank you very much, and Tom Ford wins the last frame of the session, but it's Jamie Jones who takes a commanding 7-2 lead into this evening's match.
Deshislava Bozilova overseeing that one. Yes, Tom Ford has the slightest of toe holds in that one. Now, who's going to finish this opening 9 between Michael White and Jordan Brown with a slender advantage? Now, just whilst we wait for this to come to a conclusion, let's just quickly nip over, if we may. We'll come back to this one, I promise. Table 3, David Lilly on a break of 64, just about frame ball to get himself over the line against Ding Junhui and ensure he leads 5-4 from 2-0 down against one of the greatest overseas players ever to pick up a cue. Well, this is superb from David Lilly, isn't it, Ken?
Yeah, very, very good. Very impressive, I must say. He's stuck to his guns. He's played some good snooker, some good safety, and when he's had to, he's made some half-decent breaks as well. This has been an excellent break, this one. Obviously showing signs that he's up to the task and not afraid of toppling Ding Junhui. It was a massive favourite, as I said in the beginning of this match, but fair play to David Lilly. He's playing very, very well indeed.
Well, this would be one of the shocks of the qualifiers, surely, if he was to win from 2-0 down. The amateur, David Lilly, the reigning World Seniors champion. It would be an incredible story. Long, long, long way to go, of course. But he's giving himself a platform here. That won't matter. There's the handshake. David Lilly, 5-4 up. Wow. A great end to the session by the veteran, hoping to make it through to the Crucible for the first time. It's game on against Ding Junhui. Liu Heo Chan turning the screw here against Dominic Dale. Now, we saw Tom Ford just about squeeze some life back into his match, 7-1 to 7-2, but this looks a very, very commanding position from which the Chinese youngster, oh, I said that, could go 8-1 ahead. Dominic Dale slow to rise to his feet. Plenty still on, and Howie needs a good clearance here.
I wonder will he try and knock the black out here. Lovely shot, Dominic. Very, very clever indeed. Very well played. He needed the black off the cushion, took the chance, and it would have, you know, could have gone wrong, but he got a lovely clip on the black, and he's now they're all there for him for a clearance. think black will go on the pink spot. Black spot is covered, obviously, in the red. So what sort of an angle has he got? Looks straight on the red. What can he do with the cue ball? Can he run it around off 2 cushions with a black in the right centre, or does he have to play a deep screw? Looks like the deep screw. Oh, Dominic, you never hit through that at all.
No.
Never hit through that at all.
Black ball. Foul. De är grannarna. Vi har chanser.
Dear oh dear. 8-1. Very definitely back on the table now for Liu Hao Chan. Dominic Dale has a bit of a mountain to climb here. Right, now that this frame looks like it's totally wrapped up, let's head over to table 4, if we may, please. Stephen Mcguire against Joe Yulong. And Joe giving himself a very good chance of reducing that deficit to 1 in this last frame of the session, but there's more than enough on for Stephen Mcguire to return tonight 6-3 ahead. He's done really well to battle back into this match from 3-1 down. Remember, chasing a 19th consecutive Crucible appearance, and how about that from a long red?
Great opening red, wasn't it? Wonderfully cute. I'm certainly not going to win the frame from this position, but if you can get 3 or 4 reds and blacks, he'll get himself back into the frame at least. Had that wonderful win, didn't he, in the Tour Championship? Milton Keynes beating Mark Allen in the final, and of course claiming the bonus as well. And since then hasn't really done anything of note that you would expect, like Stephen Mcguire to kick on from that result, but never really has. Been chopping and changing cues quite regularly as well. Maybe that doesn't help.
Such a good player on his day, Ken. Just needs to find a way to keep a lid on his frustrations with himself. He's actually a very early riser, Stephen Mcguire. I know he likes the odd pint of full fat milk, but when we were locked down, all of us together, especially in Milton Keynes, when I used to go out for a run or a walk if my knee was troubling me, almost every time I went out, Stephen would be on his way back. So there's a lot more to Stephen. Yeah, he likes a night out, and he's never denied it, but there's a lot more to Stephen than people think. And it would be great to see him find a sequence of tournaments where
gets that consistency.
Where he gives his talent the best possible opportunity to shine, because I think he's one of the best break builders you can watch when he's in the mood.
And there's a nice little shot developing the red over the right hand side middle pocket. Now still got a bit to do though. He's got to get a nice angle on pink or black here, then back up for the red, and that yellow is going to be a slight problem. But as I said, he's clearing up these 4 or 5 reds. Put himself back in the frame. Now, this is the shot. Pot the red, get a nice angle on the brown. You can dislodge that yellow on the left-hand side. And just stun the red in. Just needs to travel a couple of inches down towards that balk line from where the red is. That's lovely. That's perfect. Now he's got the right angle. He played a lovely little shot on the green to knock a red over the right centre a few moments ago. He's going to have to play a similar shot here. Brown into the yellow. Just move it slightly. Oh, did he get enough of it? Did he get enough of it? Body language would tell us he didn't. That was so close. So near, but yet so far up.
That's why we love watching this sport. Some great work to get himself right back in this last frame of the session. Big difference. 6-3 to 5-4. It's absolutely worth fighting for this frame from Stephen Maguire's perspective. He knew this was going to be a tough encounter. He knows he's guaranteed a lead, but he'd love to turn the screw here on his 24-year-old opponent.
Oh, he's had a bit of fortune there. Joe Yulong.
Not the worst outcome from the DDK. Michael White 5-4 up at the break against Jordan Brown, so the Welshman took the final frame of that session for a slender lead when they come back at 5 o'clock. Liu Heo Chan 8-1 against Dominic Dale. The spaceman is facing an exit. Tom Ford 7-2 down against Jamie Jones. The Welshman flying in the World Championship arena, just as he always tends to do.
Nice shot there from Steve Mcguire. He's got a full ball snooker on the yellow. He may play the swerve here, Joe Yulong. It's a big swerve. We've got to be careful of the double kiss. Played it nicely. He's settled for that. Now a chance here for Joe Yulong. Knock the yellow back up into the balk area and try and get that cue ball behind the blue. Not quite.
It's slowed up a little bit between Scott Donaldson and Alan Taylor. Scott Donaldson 6-1 up. Very tightly balanced between them in the 8th. 46 to Scott Donaldson, 40 to Alan Taylor. And Ashley Hugo 4-3 up against Joe O'Connor, and he's in the balls in the very early stages of the 8th on a break of 16. Never been this close to a place at the Crucible, and he's here courtesy of that fabulous comeback from 4-1 down against Martin Gould, beating him in a decider, the Pinner Potter. If things start to get really slow, we will peel off in terms of our coverage at 3:30, so that we can have a a bite to eat and stretch our legs before coming back for the concluding session at 5 o'clock. And by the way, if you feel like watching uninterrupted coverage of the inner tables, you can pick that up on Discovery Plus and the Eurosport app. Uninterrupted commentary from the likes of David Hendon and co.
Well, here's a little shot he's looking at. Try and put the yellow off the black. Oh, good attempt. Very clever shot. But have a look at the cue ball. Oh, very well played. Such a difficult shot, this, particularly when the object ball is so tight to the top cushion. He's played that very well. Yeah, goodness, tap at the table. Appreciation from Stephen Mcguire. Very easy to double kiss that shot. And he played it very nicely indeed.
Six-3 would be a huge turnaround for Stephen, wouldn't it? From 3-1 down,
yeah.
He would be absolutely over the moon if he could get out of this session with a 3-frame advantage. This is a massive, potentially, this is a massive moment in this match.
Yeah, big time. Big lead is 6-3 as well, and particularly from 3-1 down. Just looks close.
Hugo's break is now 33 over on table 6. He's 4-3 up, so if he manages to keep that break going, he'll guarantee himself a lead coming back tonight. Remember, he and Joe O'Connor are both bidding to walk down the stairs at the Crucible for the first time. Stephen Mcguire hoping to make it for a 19th consecutive year.
No, he's played that really well. It's a good hit. Okay, he's a bit lucky with the snooker, but he put his hands up there. But at the same time, still a good hit. Off 2 cushions, caught the yellow perfectly at the back. He's always knocking it up towards this top cushion now. Joe Yulong has got to do something similar. He's got to catch a half ball. It's okay. And settle for that.
Edging towards 3 o'clock, so these players will still enjoy, well, enjoy might not be the right description, they will still have a rest of almost 2 hours before returning for the business end of these matches. Find out whether their season finishes here at the English Institute or down the road at the Crucible, and this is now a great opportunity for Stephen Mcguire.
Yeah, he caught that all wrong, but I tell you, this is going to be some shot. He's going to need all his cue power here to get into the white and drag that cue ball all the way back towards the green. Have a look at the cue ball. What a shot. Needs a full ball kiss on the black. Oh, ho, ho. That's unlucky. That really is unlucky. Anything but that type of kiss on the black, and he might have had a shot on the green. Now, this he's got to catch the green off this ball cushion. Probably quarter ball. Try and knock it to the side cushion. Oh, no, it's actually not too bad. I'd settle for that. He could have left this a lot easier.
He knows the importance of these moments. Joe Yulong.
I don't think he'll take this green on, Rob. You know, I think he's a big target, blue and black, for the cue ball, but he's got to be careful. If he does try and knock the green up the table and try and get the cue ball behind blue and black, he's got to be careful that he doesn't go in off. So maybe he can take the green on into the left corner pocket, just left of the black spot, and bring the cue ball back towards the brown. He certainly can. Is it there? Oh! Needed to miss that pink. If he misses the pink with the cue ball, he would have got the snooker, but I'm not quite sure the angle Steve Mcguire has on this green, but he's going to have to play once again all the cue par with all bottom of the cue ball to bring that cue ball up towards the brown. He's going to need green, brown, blue and pink. This is where, if you're blessed with a lot of cue par, this is where it comes in handy.
This is not easy.
No. Yeah, he was always going into the blue. He couldn't try to get it up through the gap of the blue and the black, but it was just that didn't have the right angle. Now, what does he do? He could take the brown on into the yellow pocket, bring the cue ball back down towards black and blue as a cover. Watch the cue ball though. He's left the brown, but watch the cue ball. It might go behind the black. And that's exactly the way he played it.
Alan Taylor was playing for Snookers at the end of a very long, drawn-out exchange between himself and Scott Donaldson. But it has gone the way of the Scot who has been to the Crucible before. He leads 7-1. Last frame in their encounter, Ashley Hugo was up and looking like he was going to move to a 5-3 lead, but he's broken down on 46. Joe O'Connor at the table, plenty still on.
He's got to try and drop this in dead weight, get the cue ball behind the blue. No. Tried to stun it in. I think it might have been better off if he had tried to drop it in dead weight, because he had the opportunity of getting the cover with the blue as well. But he's one of these, Rob, that Steve Mcguire, he likes to punch the ball, you know, he likes to hit it solid rather than, doesn't like to roll the ball like a Mark Williams might do or a John Higgins might do. He stuns everything. This is no good. But he's got the slight advantage, Joe Yulong here. Seven points in the lead, so he's going to need blue and pink. A chance to get the cue ball behind the black. That'll do. Tense moments at the end of this frame, and of course it's the final frame in this session.
I suppose, Ken, if Stephen Maguire loses this frame, he'll have to remind himself that from 3-1 down, if someone had said, I'll give you 5-4, he would have taken it. But he will feel like a little opportunity has gone begging if this goes the way of his young opponent.
Yeah, definitely. Now, he hasn't played that as well as he would have liked. He was trying to get that blue tight to the left-hand side cushion, but this is potable. But it's far from easy. Oh, good shot. Very nice shot. So pink required to cut the deficit to just 1 and all to play for tonight.
So 5-4 it is from 3-1 down. Stephen Mcguire has a slender lead, but for a few wayward shots, it could have been a 3-frame cushion. Now, back with the youngsters, Joe O'Connor and Ashley Hugo, both of whom are bidding for a maiden appearance at the Crucible. One of them will have that dream come true. For the other, it will be a case of so near and yet so far.
Yeah, he was in a real tough spot there, Joe O'Connor. Couldn't find the gap back down to the box, so it's just, well, you would expect Ashley Hugo to win the frame from this position. So it's just two matches left. It's gone quite quick, actually, hasn't it, Rob? In all fairness, I thought, 3 o'clock now.
Yeah, it always does. I find the first sort of 45 minutes, you think, wow, this is going to feel like it's 12 hours. And then all of a sudden, you blink and you are getting towards the end of the session because there's so much to focus on. And we have got this unique once-in-a-year opportunity where we can jump around across 8 tables. And there's always drama wherever you go because of the nature of the fact that it's Judgment Day Part 1. We'll stay with this until 3:30. Then we will all regroup and regather for 5 o'clock on the nose. Liu Heo Chan has the most commanding lead, 8-1. Dominic Dale facing an exit, 1 match shy of returning to the Crucible for the first time in 8 years. Tom Ford also has a horrible deficit, 7-2 against Jamie Jones. And Scott Donaldson is 7-1 up against Alan Taylor.
11.
They're on table 7, and they are the only other table still playing. Matt Sells and Tepchaya Unnu would have had enough time to go for an afternoon sleep. They finished so long ago. Selt leading 5-4 in that one. We're expecting a fabulously entertaining climax to that match.
I think Matt Selt has enough time to go back down home, doesn't he? Back to Essex and back up again.
Or at least enough time to buy a couple of watches. He's an expert when it comes to timepieces.
Not an expert for keeping the time, though. That's the problem.
Well, Joe O'Connor has had his fingers burnt as far as Judgment Day is concerned. 3 years ago, he was 1 match away and then was beaten by Tepchaya Unnu. 10 frames to 6. And he will be acutely aware of how important this last frame of the session is going to be. Can he show his composure at just the right moment
33.
and keep his deficit against Ashley Hugo to just a single frame? Or can the man who's never been this far really turn the screw and put the pressure on O'Connor by taking the last as well and moving 6-3 up. It's been a fine frame from Hugo, and when they resume, the pressure will be on Joe O'Connor. To try and make sure he is very definitely still in this match come 5 o'clock.
He's taken these very well, Ashley Hugo. As I said, he looks very solid. He won't be too bothered about that. So that's the frame in the bag. He's guaranteed a lead going into this evening's session. Now let's have a look at what's happening on table 7. Alan Taylor against Scott Donaldson. 7-1 to Scott Donaldson. Huge lead. Alan Taylor, of course, the conqueror of Ricky Walden.
Won that match from 4-2 down as well. Who would have predicted that? But he's got a really tough job on his hands here, Alan Taylor, which is why he will be fighting tooth and nail to try and scrape his way home to a second frame of the session. Donaldson's given himself a wonderful opportunity, but he would love to absolutely turn the screw and leave himself just 2 frames away from a second appearance at the Crucible.
Well, that's not the best shot he's ever played, Alan Taylor. He could be in trouble here. White tight behind the black. Oh well, he didn't get tight behind it, and he's left the red into the right centre.
So we're going to stay with you, should it be necessary, for another 25 minutes or so. Then we will have a break ahead of play resuming at 5 o'clock. We will be bringing you every interview as soon as the match finishes later on this evening, and we'll be right here on the World Snooker Tour Facebook and YouTube pages, and on the Sportsman YouTube and Facebook pages. Maximum of 10 frames tonight. Just the 2 tables remaining. Donaldson and Taylor on 7, and Joe O'Connor and Ashley Hugo on 6. Just a reminder, Stephen Mcguire leads Joe Yulong 5-4. Michael White leads Jordan Brown 5-4. David Lilly 5-4 up against Ding Junhui. Jamie Jones 7-2 advantage over Tom Ford, just 3 frames away from yet another appearance at the Crucible, and Liu Heo Chan just 2 frames away after thrashing Dominic Dale 8-1 in their opening 9 frames over the last 4 hours or so. And we'll do it all over again tomorrow for Judgment Day Part 2. 11 o'clock and 5 o'clock, 9 frames in the first session and a maximum of 10 in the second. 11 a.m. Thursday for the World Snooker Tour Betfred World Snooker Championship draw, live from Betfred's HQ in Salford. Ivan Hershevitz will have the breakfast hot chocolates ready for our drive over the tops from Sheffield to Manchester. A beautiful early morning view, full of anticipation and excitement. Well, for two of us in the car anyway, as we look forward to the draw and the thoughts of John Parrott, who'll be meeting us there. And Scott Donaldson will certainly be feeling that his name will be one of them after this commanding session so far. Beat Robbie McGuigan 6-0. And then Lee Hang 6-5 from 5-3 down. Come through a couple of tough matches, but he's hit top gear today on his judgment day. So far, he's the one finding the answers. For Alan Taylor, it has been a puzzle he's been unable to solve so far. Don't forget, you can use all sorts of social media outlets. Get in touch with the team at World Snooker Tour. And Ken and I this evening will do our best to remember to check our phones. It's quite hard to keep looking at the phone when you're watching 8 screens at the same time. But little by little, as the match is finished tonight, we may well be able to answer a few of your questions or read out what you've enjoyed so far across the 8 3/4 days of qualifying we've had for this year's Betfred World Snooker Championship. Worth staying with this just for a moment to see whether Scott Donaldson can secure this 9th and final frame of the session. As I say that, a little grimace on the face of the 28-year-old. He won't get many of these chances, Alan Taylor, and he's got to make the most of them. Very cagey in the early stages of the last frame next door between O'Connor and Hugo on table 6. Understandably so, bearing in mind what's at stake. Hugo knows he's going to be leading, but by how much? 1 frame or 3? Shake of the head from Alan Taylor. There was a mistake from Scott Donaldson, but he has not been able to capitalise. And Donaldson straight back up to his feet, lightning quick. starting to think about that tricky red down the rail. Three different clusters of reds on the other table next door. Incredibly cagey start to their last frame of the session. .35 still available for Taylor. Trails by 20. Donaldson would love to get himself within 2 of the winning line when they resume in what is going to be a little over an hour and 25 minutes. By the time he gets back to his dressing room and has a cup of tea, he'll already be thinking about coming back. Push the green safe. Frustrating afternoon for Alan Taylor. Mistake from Taylor just sums up his afternoon. So yellow to leave Taylor needing a snooker. No point in messing around, just wanting to make absolutely certain. That's nicely done. Thought for a split second Alan Taylor might come across for the handshake, but there is only one snooker required. Now has he left it? Scott Donaldson just about there in this frame. One good long pot would make certain, you think, of the handshake. No, didn't fancy it. Now maybe this time. Ashley Hugo has the slenderest lead in the frame on the other table. but the balls look horrible. Donaldson will indeed join Liu Heo Tan in returning with an 8-1 advantage. Heo Chan's advantage over Dominic Dale. Donaldson's will be over Alan Taylor. A fairy tale run to the final round of qualifying for Alan Taylor, but it's turning into a little bit of a nightmare ahead of their second session at 5 o'clock. Scott Donaldson has hit top form at exactly the right time. Taylor deciding to play on. .35 behind, only 18 on. Realises the desperate situation he'll return to if he doesn't try and somehow rescue this. Had a little laugh and a glance over to Scott Donaldson. And not surprisingly, Scott Donaldson just very, very gently pushing the ball towards the pocket. Alan Taylor does indeed go for the handshake and will indeed trail 8-1 when they come back in a little over an hour and 35 minutes time. Great session from Scott Donaldson. Right then, last but by no means least, the potential debutants. Well, this could go on for quite some time. Good pot from O'Connor. Really important frame for both of them for different reasons. Hugo would be overjoyed if he could establish a 3-frame cushion, but O'Connor equally determined to keep that pressure up and ensure it's just a single frame. This was the scenario that was unfolding between Stephen Mcguire and Joe Yulong, and Joe Yulong just about managed to get himself over the line in the 9th frame and is only one behind the Scot. I guess bearing in mind it's the biggest match of both of their lives and neither man has ever appeared at the Crucible, it was perhaps almost inevitable that these two would be participating in the slowest of the matches. Just a reminder, we are going to come off air at 3:30 so that we can all have a little break before we regather at 5. My co-commentator Ken Doherty has already gone to stretch his legs. So if this drags on, we may not quite see the end of it, but we want to ensure everybody is in fine fettle to come back for the dramatic second instalments of drama this evening in an hour and a half's time. So close to a place at the Crucible 3 years ago. Joe O'Connor made it to Judgment Day and lost to Tepchire Unnu. And 6-5 defeats to Kurt Mafflin and Rob Milkins over the last 2 years. He's come close. always produced good snooker here at the English Institute, but never quite enough. And he's under the cosh here. And these two will not have a long break before coming back at 5 o'clock. The mental fatigue and the concentration will be put to the test towards the very end of our evening. Slowly and surely working his way through the available reds. A hardcore of spectators have stayed in the English Institute to watch the very end of this afternoon session. Joe working with the pink, with the black tied up. Fair amount to do left in this frame if he is to reduce arrears. But so far so good from the Leicester Cuman, who got his home city pulses racing with his run to the last 16 of the British Open last August, right at the very beginning of the season. Feels like a lifetime ago. So a 30-point advantage, but 5 reds still available, so 67 still on. This frame is far from won. From the perspective of Joe O'Connor, as I've mentioned a few times, we do need to go off at 3:30 for a break. Here's a quick reminder of how the other matches have finished. We've had our octo screen in action all the way through the late morning and early afternoon. And this is how it's all panned out. Matt Selt finished the session with a fabulous century break. They were trading them, he and Tepchaya Unnu, both of them bidding for a 4th appearance at the Crucible. And it's Matt Selt who comes back with a tiny advantage at 7 o'clock. Michael White took the last of the session against Jordan Brown, 2 proven ranking event winners. But White has the edge when they return in an hour and a half's time. And what a comeback by David Lilley. A brilliant performance. From 2-0 down to 5-4 up against one of the greats, the World Seniors champion, in with a chance of making a maiden appearance at the Crucible. A long fight over the final frame of the session ensured Joe Yulong trailed by 1 instead of 3, but Stephen Mcguire was good value for his advantage, having trailed 3-1 at one stage. Tom Ford had a bit of a nightmare against Jamie Jones, but at least rescued the last of the session. 7 frames to 2. He's got to produce the performance of a lifetime to turn it round. as has Alan Taylor. 8-1 down to Scott Donaldson. A wry smile on Taylor's face. He did knock out Ricky Walden, but it looks as though he's facing a very, very difficult task to make his Crucible debut. And Liu Heo Chan, totally dominant in his session against the spaceman Dominic Dale, a man twice his age, and Father Time waits for no man. So Dominic Dale under real pressure. Well, that's it for this session. That's how it stands. Ashley Hugo 5-3 up. We will let that frame run to a conclusion. We're all going off for a little break. Join us at 5 o'clock. Judgment Day Part 1 is edging towards a thrilling conclusion. 8 of those names will be in the main draw on Thursday for the 2022 Betfred World Snooker Championship. See you in an hour and a half.